Hello everyone, I am Rex Red, and I am back here with another awesome EZ3DTV tutorial. And today we are going to work with animation in Daz Studio. And we're also going to go over Turbo Loader and some of the aspects of Turbo Loader, and yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff I'm going to cover, a lot of very in-depth stuff, and we're going to kind of jump over each part. So I don't want to talk too much about the introduction because we have a lot to cover. So we're going to jump right into it. Now what I'm going to do, this is Michael, and it's not showing, we have him currently in filament mode, but if we look at him in iRay, he looks quite dapper. He's, I don't have a lot of clothes on him because like the clothes just kind of take up a lot of animation power. Welcome, welcome. Good evening, Angus. Welcome. We are going to be talking about animation tonight. So we have Michael in here. This is Michael 9. And what I also have here, you'll notice all of these icons here. And they are, and it's quite an amazing suite of programs. We have Turbo Loader for Genesis 9, Genesis 8 female, Genesis 8 male, Genesis 3 female, Genesis 3 male, Genesis 2 female, Genesis 2 male, and Genesis 1, which combine both male and female, and Genesis 9 also combines both male and female, so you only need one. So that's Turbo Loader for every figure generation except for Victoria and Michael 4. So that covers the entire gamut of all of the figures that have been pretty much made and you've purchased and installed on your computer, within the Daz library. And we're going to be going over this, okay? But what I want to do is I'm going to do this backwards because all day today, until about an hour ago, from this morning, somewhere around 10 o'clock until about 6 o'clock, 6 hours it took, to render 900 frames. And there are a few things, just a moment, I have to sneeze. Okay, so where to start? Okay, what I'm going to do is go backwards, okay, because this, because I have a scene that I've already rendered, and so I'm going to show you how I set this up. Now, in the render settings, what I did was I selected image series, okay? So I decided to render this at 1920 by 1080, and this is a 16:9 ratio. And then, so we have a nice wide kind of image. If I'd wanted it narrower, if you want it to render something smaller, then you can bring it. A lot of this on the side is kind of just wasted real estate, or screen real estate, okay? So now, then we have the starting frame from 0 to 948, and that is dictated in the render in your timeline, where it's 0 to 949. So it'd be 1 to 100, 948 says 0 to 948. I'm not sure why there's a one screen discrepancy there, one image discrepancy, because it should be this should be 1 to 149, and that should be 0 to 148, I think. Okay, so, all right, but that's the way it is. It might be missing a frame somewhere. Now, I decided I picked the name of Michael 9 to be the series base, and then I selected a place where the images would go. And let's see if this opens this up here. Animation series, what's up with this? Michael 9. Oh, I guess it's not showing them because it's just looking for a folder. It's not looking for the actual files. Those are here. And as you can see, there are 949 images that rendered, okay? So how do we turn these images into a... Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the likes. So how do we turn these images into like an MP4 file, okay, that you can upload to YouTube or just wherever? How do we turn this into an MP4 file? And what we do is we open Photoshop, and I'm going to also mention about GIMP. I told you there is a ton of stuff to... Oh, thank you for the other like. Thank you very kindly. Thank you. Art, you are here. 3 likes already. It's very nice. Very nice. We are... Okay, so this is a series. Now, I've opened Photoshop. Okay, I'm not absolutely sure about that. So what you do here is... you open Photoshop and then tell Photoshop you want to open a new file. And what you do is you click on the first image in your series, and then this little checkbox down here will highlight. And you see, that's what's nice about it. Anybody who has Photoshop, this is how this works, okay? And I'm not the only one who's taught how to make... There are videos just about this subject of bringing in a series of files, and so you click this image sequence, all right, and you make sure you click your Michael 9000, the first one in the series, and you click open, and you go like this, and there is my video. Okay, now I could try to play this, but it's going to be kind of slow in Photoshop, all right? And I animated the camera this time too, so Michael's doing kind of just a little dance. But what we're going to do is, instead of, and like today was the, because I've not really liked Michael 9 that much. I kind of thought his eyes bulged out. I like his features. I like what I thought they were attempting to do with him. But I just didn't really care a lot for Michael 9, and I didn't like the fact that they kind of left these little crow's feet, this weird kind of thing by his eye that you can't seem to get out, also on the corner of his eye. But all of a sudden, I've just realized that I'm in love with Michael 9. So I was wrong about Michael 9, and so I just thought I would say that Michael 9 is really a beautiful figure, and seeing him move like this is just really, really nice. So even the catalogs are free. Okay. Yeah. So at this point, we've got Michael 9 with pixie hair. So he's got that, I put female hair on him, but you know, it kind of works with him. It's a little bit kind of like, well, it's pixie hair. So, but it works with him really, really well. Now, the fact right now, if you'll notice, he doesn't blink, and his stomach, he's not breathing. He's not doing a lot of things, and I just noticed his fingernails are black. I'm not sure why that happened either. But these are little things that I pick up. So, well, he paints his nails, okay? It's just that simple. He paints his nails. So I didn't look at his nails before I rendered this, but okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go up into here and we're going to click export. Now, in order to see this in Photoshop, this timeline thing, okay, you have to go up here in this little box. When you click on that, usually it's on the Essentials menu. That's what is the default that it comes up. And you have to switch to this Motion menu. On my latest, so I used an older one. On my latest render, that works. Yeah. It's anything that has the shape that you want. Yeah, and with Mesh Grabber, you've got to buy, 2 or 3 different programs that, you don't have to have all 3, but I would suggest getting Mesh Grabber. And yeah, we're going to go to the Daz store and we're going to look up products. So today, let's start with Mesh Grabber. And just look at the products, okay? We have Mesh Grabber for Windows. You don't need, and then Mesh Grabber Morph Editor. You don't really have to have that, okay? But then we have this Mesh Grabber bundle, and this has got the rotations, and we've got the Mesh Grabber for Mac, which if you don't have a Mac, you don't need that. So this is the Mesh Grabber bundle. Let's see if it comes with all 3. Yes, it does. So this is what I would suggest. It's $52 right now, the 22% off. That's like a lot of money. So if you, now this rotation, I don't use that a lot, but it's nice to have it every once in a while when I need to rotate a mesh. Okay, but I believe, Art, that I also, that you can also use hexagon to make an infinity cove. You can just bring a plane in, and infinity cove has more tools for morphing mesh than Mesh Grabber. Okay, in hexagon is a bit more sophisticated. I'm not trying to put down Mesh Grabber, but Infinity Cove, but you can also chop the. I haven't shown how to do that, but okay. I don't want to get off too. I love your tutorials as well as those of Meister Murloc. I'm not sure who that is, but I'm sure if they're Daz tutorials, I've watched his videos because I've watched many. Try to watch them all. Okay, so now we have Mesh Grabber here. So that's number 1. Is to just go and look at Mesh Grabber and see that this would be what you would want, this package, okay? And if you ever get like 4 or 5 or 6 of those tokens piled up in Daz, buy it then, okay? Right now, this would be a perfect time if you have like 6 tokens in your cart that you can use. Then that would bring this entire Mesh Grabber suite down to about $25, and that's when you would want to buy it, because I guess the highest you can get is like 45% off. And then also, if you were to, and this Mesh Grabber sometimes goes on a 50% sale also, and then you add that with your tokens, and you're down to paying like $15 for all 3 of these. Put this Mesh Grabber bundle in your wish list, okay? It's because sometimes they also have wish list sales. So, all right, that's the first product we're going to look up here. So now we're going to go back here to Photoshop. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go File, Export, Render Video, okay? and then we'll be able to watch this in real time. Okay, so we're going to go aniblocks, that's testing breathing. We're going to select the folder, and we're going to go up here to animation series is number 1. And then I also have one here called finished videos. And we're going to select that folder. That's where that's going to go. And this is going to be called Michael 9. Very original title. And I'm all of these, just take a snapshot of this. And unless you're using, I think you use interactive OpenGL, yes. If you are going to, and if you have if you want to use an alpha channel where you want the background to be disappear. Just, I think, no, you actually have to switch this to .move, to QuickTime, and then you have to, I think you use interact, you might select alpha channels, it's in here, but just experiment with it. Okay, so I'm going to click render. This will take a little while, maybe about a minute or so, to go through and create this video. So, and then I'm going to go backwards. CDJ. Yes, today is this is going to, I'm going to what I've shown you so far is how to take a series of animation clips and to use Photoshop to just turn them into a videos, into one file. And you make a series. You can make Photoshop put them into one file. I mean, you can make Daz put them into one file. But and I'm usually one to say kind of like, yeah, take a shortcut and just put them in. Don't do that, because every once in a while you might find out that your render is going to take like a lot longer than you thought. And then your computer's tied up. And when you do an image series, you can pick up where you left off, okay? And you cannot do that if you select in Daz for it to make one file. So always when you're rendering an animation, unless it's just a tiny little GIF or something, always select image series and have it do this kind of number where it just makes a series of images. This is 900 images here that I had to render. And then I'm also going to talk a little bit, I'm going to kind of go backwards, because if what I'm going to do is then I'm going to show you how I made sort of like this, but it'll be a little different. I'm going to show you how I made this animation from scratch in Daz Studio. And we're going to go back over Turbo Loader today a little bit, okay? And we're also going to go over a couple of other programs. We're going to be going over Scene Optimizer, and we're going to be going over Decimator, and then we're also going to be talking about the Daz render settings, also more in depth. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Was okay, this is done, so I can now go back to here, go to this, and go to my original Daz.ping. Go to finished videos, and now we can play this video in all its glory here. It's a fairly big size, and so the thing about Michael, again, what you'll notice is that his fingernails are black, because I changed his and his feet are sliding a tiny bit, but it's not that bad. The reason why his fingernails are black was because I had his fingernails selected when I changed. I made his body hair a little more transparent. You'll also notice and so I watched another of your videos today about using Scene Optimizer. I also used that video you recommended to optimize my 3090. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That works, okay? So that Scene Optimize, it does optimize your 3090. All of those, and I told you to go through that twice, to watch his video and go through the process twice, just in case Yes, 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 yes. All right, CDJ. Awesome. So yes, to use that, nice, very nice, very, very nice. That's awesome. I have to go and watch my videos when I forget how to do something, because like I'll start to learn something. Okay, that's enough of this sexy dance here. Michael is very sexy, and it's just all of a sudden I realized, Michael is a hottie. I thought like his eyes kind of bulged out too much, but all of a sudden I just come to the conclusion that Michael is really, 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 really an amazing figure. Okay, so we're gonna, and you notice the lighting. I have one of those. One of those HDR eyes in the sky that create that kind of prism lighting. I don't know if you're aware of that. Maybe I'll talk about that. I'm not sure. But you notice there's kind of this prism lighting, and notice like his hand reflection here is a little bit prism lighting. So, but also, so Michael is an amazing figure, and so I take back everything terrible I ever said about him. Okay, so now. All right, so we're back here in Daz. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go backwards, but and I'm going to start back at the beginning, but not quite yet. We're going to go now. This is Photoshop. I'm done with Photoshop, so we're going to close this. It's going to ask to save. I'm going to say no. All right, so we're going to now go here to back to Daz, and I just want to show you something because I kind of gave the wrong. I kind of said things wrong because generally when I render an image, and if you'll notice that Michael is a little bit blurry around the edges when I play this video, he's just a tiny bit blurry, especially when the camera comes in close, all right? But you'll notice his hair is just a tiny bit blurry. This is only 40 iterations per frame, okay? It's only, and also Michael doesn't blink. Another thing, he doesn't blink his eyes. He doesn't kind of swallow every once in a while. People like swallow, and their throat will move a little bit. His stomach isn't breathing in and out. It's just like, and that's the most obvious thing, is that he's not breathing while he's and he doesn't blink. Okay, he's like, kind of just like this all the time. So that's another thing. So we might we'll be jumping over, and we'll be also jumping over these couple of new products. Just one in particular today in the Daz store. We have, and if I hide items that I own because I purchased this item, I also got these male models. Amazing male models for Genesis 9. I purchased this today. This is a Lightbox Grunge Room. And if you take a look at this right here, I got it for about $6. But if you take a look at this has 16K images on the inside. This room in here, look at this. So, and this gives you this lightbox effects on your character. You can put them in this room and just kind of model them. But you could also take this little plane here that has these, that where the light comes through, and that's just a gobo. You could put any kind of texture on here and create whatever pattern you want in this room, okay? Plus, you could take this back wall or the walls in here and put a different texture on it. So it's a nice little setup. It's all set up. The cameras are all set up to go through. The lights are all set up to go through, and it just creates a beautiful. This is a beautiful lighting effect. And this lighting effect is not that easy to obtain, okay? So this is really nice, okay? So, and for $11. If you're going to buy this, buy Mesh Grabber instead, okay? That's just my opinion. Mesh grabber I use in every single scene I make. Okay, I use mesh grabber 4 or 5, 6 times while I'm making a scene in every single scene. Okay, so if you're going to buy anything, buy mesh grabber. That's my opinion. Okay, but now I'm going to show you one more product here that's in this list. It's down here a little further. So what we're talking about is this product here. And what this does is it gives you aniblocks to your figure. And this really, and you know, then we got these really kind of gaudy, ugly looking males, but I guess that's what they had to do. And you can see these are, you got a blink here. You got some kind of chest thing. And you've got arm. So you have all these aniblocks that come, and oops, somebody's live right now. All right, so these and the same here. Okay, this is a video which explains this product, and we got some other things here. And as you can see, their stomachs are actually moving, like they're breathing while it's being animated. So and I would assume their eyes are blinking occasionally. Occasionally, they might actually even gulp. It's just those little things that make your figures look really alive. Now, this is $13 right now. It's on a 44% sale. Will you ever use it? It all depends on if you get into animation big time. Okay, but I bought this because I like the idea of having the animation ability. All right, so now that I've gone into that product, we're going to go into Daz. And I'm going to talk a little bit more now about the maximum samples, okay? We're going backwards here. Now, how do you set the render settings when you go to render your animation? Well, I just told you to do it at 1920 by 1080. You can make it smaller if you want, like 1080p. 1080, 720 by 1080, or you could even make it square, or you could make it portrait shape. It's up to you on the canvas that you want to use size for this. You set the size, okay? Just think that if you make it larger, it's going to take longer to render, okay? And then you want to set the image series. Set it to image series. You don't want a still image. You don't just want one frame. You want an image series. And you don't select this movie option. Okay? So we're going backwards, okay? But there's a reason why, because I can't render in front of you, and because it takes like 6 hours to render, or an hour or two, depending on how long your clip is. So I'm going to go backwards because I just showed you a finished render of this, and now I'm going to show you how I set the settings, and then I'm going to remake a fresh. We're going to start with a fresh project, new project, and I'm going to build an animation from scratch. It's not going to be this one. It's going to be something else, okay? And we're going to incorporate all of these tools from scene decimator and the scene, scene optimizer. And we're going to also use these and turn off our morphs, okay? And we're going to incorporate all of this into an animation. And then we're going to also make him breathe and blink and things like that. So now so I said you need to put a title here so that every image that it makes, it'll put this series base word into the image. Make sure the range is set correctly, and you get that range here in your timeline down here at 949. Range is 0 to 949, 948. Okay, 0 to 948. So it's actually the total frames is 949. Okay, that's how that's set. 60 frames per second. I actually rendered that at 30 frames per second. I'm not sure exactly. If you set it down to 30, then it would be half of this, okay? So just be aware of all of those settings. I would say probably 30 frames is enough. And then, so once you set all of this, you want your headlamp to never, okay, unless you want it on, but you probably want your scene to light your figure rather than the lamp on the camera. And then when the other thing you have to do is get into here. And this this is default. Everything is default except one thing. And that's this 40 that I added here, okay? Now, your maximum samples you have to decide what the maximum samples, every scene, the maximum. Now, the last time I told you about this, I said set it for 2000 or it's not going to look right, okay? Now, generally 2000 for a still image is what is like my limit. I'll always render something to at least 2000 iterations per frame, okay, with my 3090. And I find that see, if you notice, there's like a lot of little teeny like dots, like just little fine, when I put my mouse over it turns all orange like this, but a yellow, but it's just little, you can see little teeny dots in this. Now, if I were to set this up to a higher amount, like say 2000, I believe that this might actually render further, and you'll see this particular frame get. So what you want to do is you want to do a test render of your scene, and do a test render of an image in your. Yes, see, this is CDJ. I'm going to try and like help you modify that a little bit, okay? And the reason why is it's what you do is you look at the frame, you do a test render, and you look at at one of the frames and see if it's got like a bunch of little dots in it. If it doesn't, because now if I were to use like ultra scenery in this, and I were to use like a big scene in the background of like a big farmhouse and chickens in the yard and everything, I would have to render each frame at 2000 just because there's so much stuff in the scene that I would have to render it at 2000. But if I took all this stuff out and I'm just going to have him there on the background with an HDRI, I mean, not even an HDRI, just like cut right out of the scene with I might, and so like this scene, this is very low poly scene. Even the ground is low poly, the trees are low poly. So I was able to get by with 40 iterations per frame because there's 900 of them, okay? I was able to get by with 40 iterations. So what you do is you do a test render and stop it and get it to render a couple of images, and you look at them and you look around the edges of their shoulders and their hair and in the shadow parts of, like here, see right by his leg, there's a shadowy area. And if you see a bunch of little specks and dots in there, in those areas, then you have to raise the frames, the amount of iterations, these multiple samples, you have to raise it up until it looks acceptable to you, until the quality of it looks acceptable. And then you're so I only did this at 40, okay? And so you've been using 400 by 600, but probably your scenes are much more complex. And that's probably, I would use at least 400 to 600 for most of the kind of scenes that I make, because they're complex scenes, all right? They have lots of stuff in them. And so at least 400 to 600. I like to think that, just a moment, I have to clear my throat. Okay, I think I'm back. Yeah, I like to, when I have a complex scene, I usually can't get by with anything less than 1,000. and 2000 is really my sweet spot for really making but if I have really, really strange lighting, like my HDRI is very bright and lighting the scene, especially if I put like a plane in the background and turn that into an HDRI and it's backlighting the scene, sometimes I can need like 6,000 iterations to get the I call it reticulate. It's my own word that I use to get all the dots to kind of reticulate. So it depends. So this number, there's no particular number that I can give you to say what this is. You have to do a test render of a few of your frames and look and see what they look like. And if your scene is, this is a very simple scene. It's just got, a plane and an HDRI and a few trees, and it's got this figure in here. And I was able to render this. Yes, they are very time consuming on your processor. They take up your computer, and that's a good time to have two computers. And then once you realize that you can have two computers, then you say, well, if I had three, I could have two animations rendering at one time. So yeah, that's what they do. They take up your computer for hours, and so you end up working on something else in the background while it's rendering, and you end up also maybe just watching TV for 6 hours, binge watching while your computer renders. Of course, we have all been there. Okay, so I just wanted to explain, because I kind of said that 2000 of rendering a 30-second animation now while I watch this screen. A 30-second, that is a long animation. That is very long. Very, very long animation as animations go. So yeah, so very awesome, CDJ. I'm going to be back again here. We're getting another, this always happens when I talk a lot. We'll try again. All right, so that is it. I'm going to reiterate just one more time that this, it's like, don't settle on a particular number here, okay? Do a test render and see how far down you can push this, okay? And because what I did was I did my normal 1000. I have two 3090s, and they both put the scene into there, and both 3090s throw their CUDA cores together, and so usually like those iterations go like crazy. But there was enough in this scene that with all this grass and everything, there was enough in this scene where the iterations were going slow, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and so I couldn't set it up to, so 40 was like, and I just said, okay, it's going to be a little bit blurry. But when you look at this animation here, it's a little bit blurry. He could have used more iteration, but it's not that bad, okay? So it's not, you can see the trees, there's a little bit of kind of like speculation, speckles, in his hair is speckle. But it's not that bad for 40 iterations per frame. So, yes, I would like to have, it would have taken an entire, I just wish Dad had a, well, this is where we're going to go into right now, okay? We're going into how to make the viewport a little more fluid, okay? And a lot of these things, I'm not absolutely certain that they help, but we're going to go into it, okay? And so now we're going to go new scene. That one's already saved anyway. Would you like to save? No, it's already saved. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about turning your morphs off. This morning I picked up the last two of my set of turbo loader, okay? And so I have now the turbo loader for Genesis 2, Genesis 3, Genesis 8, and Genesis 9. Each one of them is a separate product. So your Genesis 8 is 8 male and female is a separate product, 3 male and female is a separate product, and I believe 2 and Genesis 1 are all one product, and Genesis 9 is a separate product. And then you have to buy the turbo loader booster, okay? And what you do, okay, is you select, I would start with Genesis 1, okay? And you just come in here, and these are all the morphs for Genesis 1. And you just click uncheck all. See, if I want to turn them all on, if you're making a scene and you know you're going to be using 2 Genesis 8 characters in your scene, why have the Genesis 9 morphs on, the Genesis 3, the Genesis 2, and the Genesis 1 morphs? Why have them turned on? All they're going to do is cause this kind of overhead of your system, okay, and of your. So just turn them off. Okay, and so you come here and uncheck all, and you click exit. Now, I'll check all. I'll turn them on, show you how quickly it takes to turn all my Genesis 1 morphs back on. Okay, so you click execute. They're done. Now they're all turned back on. Okay, now I can open this back up here and uncheck all. Now, if you buy a new Genesis 1 figure, then you have to rerun and have it rescan, which takes about a minute or two for it to rescan all the Genesis 1 figures and make this master list. So now I uncheck all, okay, and that just disabled 740 morphs in my system. Now you go to the Genesis 2 male, and you see I have them all unchecked and turned off, okay? We go to the Genesis 2 female, and I have them all turned off. I'm not using a Genesis 2 female or male or Genesis 1 or Genesis 3, and I'll probably use a Genesis 9 figure, okay? Then we also, now, and the same thing for the Genesis 3, they're all turned off, okay? I've scanned for them all, and I'm going to go with, let's just take a look at this Genesis 8 male. Okay. Loading turbo loader. Genesis 8.1 male. I have a lot of 8.1 male characters. Now what I'm going to do is check all of them. It takes a moment. And then I'm going to execute, and I'm going to turn all. See, this is how long it takes to turn all of the morphs back on. Okay? Enabling, disabling morphs. Okay? For Genesis, this is the character where I have the most morphs. Is Genesis 8 male. And so we go here to this. And there, and that just enabled 15,533 morphs. Okay, that is a lot of morphs to have running. Kind of, I don't know that they're actually running in the background, but they are kind of, sort of there. Yeah, when you go to put a figure in, they're there, and when you go to they're connected to that figure, okay? So that when you go in and look at the parameters, they're all there where you can change the. Now, if you want to, now I'm going to go back to Genesis 8 male, okay? Open this back up. Just to show you how quick and easy it is to just kind of turn these all off, okay? Just to turn them off and say, okay, I'm going to be working with a Genesis 8 male, okay, in this scene. Okay, so now they're all off here. Now, if I were to say, okay, uncheck all, uncheck all, and then execute. All right, I just turned off 15,000 morphs. They're no longer going to show up when I put a figure in the scene. Now, if I want to, now I've turned off all of the Genesis 8 male morphs except for the starter pack. So if I were to want to just put the Genesis 8 male in here, and maybe Michael, I'm not sure, Michael 8, okay, 15,000 morphs were just disabled, okay? And now the female is the same way. I didn't kind of really mean to click on that, but yeah, they're turned off, okay? And if you come to Genesis 9, watch this. They're all turned off, okay? So what that means is that the only figures I can load in here, but now look how quickly this just everything pops up so much faster, okay? And when you're going through that's if you have 10,600 assets, all right, like I do, you're going to eventually absolutely really love Turbo Loader, okay? Eventually, because as your library gets bigger and bigger and bigger, these morphs just hog up so much of your time. And so what you do now is I can still leave them all off, like all the Genesis 9 morphs. And what I can do is pick a figure that I want to use. Now, they're all turned off. So if I go to bring them in, it's going to complain and say their morphs are turned off, okay? So that's not going to be a good thing. Let's use Nahul, okay? Now we're going to, but what we do here is now we have these icons just, the first time you click on it, it scans and scans all the Genesis 9 male and female. Like if I were to click on this for the first time, it would run through the scan. It takes about a half a minute to scan all of the figures and collect all of the morphs into that list. Like I said, if you buy a new Genesis 9 figure, you have to rescan. They won't show up in the list, okay? And so you have to rescan every time you buy a new figure, all right? But you just leave this off like this. Leave them all off. And what you do is you say, okay, I just want to use, I'm not going to morph his face. I'm not going to use any kind. If I want to take and morph this character and just, so I could just go into the Genesis 9 things and just turn them on, okay? So we check all and we execute and it'll just turn them on. And then when I click on the figure and bring the figure in, enabling, disabling morphs, okay? And now all 8,000 Genesis 9 morphs are turned on. So if I were to put this figure into the scene, which it'll take a little while for him to come into the scene, and if I were to run a timer, okay, it would probably take, close to a minute to wait. Yes, and CDJ, if I were to go further and say your animations will be faster, I can't say that, okay, because I don't know that for sure, but I feel that they are, okay? I feel that your animations, by turning off all those morphs, that your figure moves more freely, and if you've been doing a lot of animations, you'll know, okay? You will know really well whether if you're all of a sudden it's like, wow, I can actually, because before I started turning off these morphs, I would get like these massive stutters, like, You know, it was just like animating a figure with, and now it's like, it's not butter smooth, but it's a lot better than it was, okay? So I think it speeds up your animations, okay? I believe it does, but I don't know that absolutely for sure, so I don't want to say it does and be wrong, but I believe it does. I really do believe it speeds up your animations quite a bit, but it definitely speeds up how long it takes for your figure to go into the scene. Now, if I put Nahul here in the scene, let's, I think I have a timer here. Let's see, this little timer program. Oh, and it's up on my other monitor. Okay. HDMI 2. Let's bring this down. Here it is. And I think this would be a stopwatch. Okay. So let's start the stop. I can't click them at the same time, so we'll just start the stopwatch and double click on Nahul, okay? And bring the stopwatch up. And we'll see how long it takes for Nahul. Now it would be a lot longer for Genesis 8 because I have 15,000 morphs. But this is how long it takes for we're up to 22 seconds. It takes for Nahul to load. It's loading all of those Genesis 9 morphs, male and female morphs, okay, for Genesis 9. All right? So they're all kind of following him around, all right? They're all sort of attached to him. When you go into parameters, you can morph his nose and morph every darn part of every last part of him. We're up to a minute now, okay, that it takes for him to come into the scene. There's a minute. We're still waiting. Okay, see, I had this all planned out. Okay, HDMI 1. Okay, I can't read. So we're up to a minute and almost 30, a minute and a half just to wait for a figure to load. Okay, now it looks like we're going to be about a minute and a half. 29:30, over a minute and a half for Nahul to load. Okay, here we go. And there he is. Okay, can I click on? Yeah, I can click. So it's about a minute and a half, a minute and 45, almost 2 minutes. Okay. So for him to come into the scene, that was my stopwatch, okay. Well, it wasn't 2 minutes. It was a minute and like 35, 40 seconds, okay. So, all right, we'll stop that, okay. Reset it to 0. Now we're going to turn off our Genesis 9. We'll delete Nahul. And it might be faster because he's already been brought into the scene. Windows has some kind of caching stuff and all, so I don't know. But now we're going to go into here, our Genesis 9. We're going to turn off all our morphs. All right, uncheck all. All right, and execute. Okay, which means you can't change his nose. You're just stuck with Nahul the way he is. Unless, if you want to blend him with another character, then just turn on those characters and their morphs. You don't have to have every kind of morph and, raising the eyes and shaping the head and the nose and every kind of morph to change the nose. So I just disabled these morphs. Now what I do is there's one of these icons that says enable required morphs, the ones that he needs to run, right? And open the file, okay? So now what we're going to do, we'll go back to our timer. We'll start this, and I think it was this one. Oh, shoot. Okay, I have to stop it again. I have to count them in. I forget which one it is. Okay, let's go back to here. Which one is it? Okay, it's the third one in, okay? So we're going to start this. We'll click this, third one in. Okay, how long does it take for him to come into the scene when we have turned off all the morphs? Come on. Come on, Nahul. Well, we're already up to 30. Okay. So let's see. $45. Come on. There he is. So, and that's not Nahul. Not even close. So something's wrong here. Let's turn that off. So it was less than a minute, but it didn't load the morphs. Okay, so something's wrong there. Let's delete this. Let's go back here. Now there's one maybe. Enable required and merge file, okay? Let's try this one. Okay, this, as you can see, that cut almost a minute out. Now, with Genesis, with our Genesis 8, with me having 15,000, is it just the morphs that slow loading time? Hi, Eve. Welcome, welcome. No, the geometry would slow the loading time. Okay, so this is not Nahul. You know, it might be close to it, but it's welcome, welcome. It's also their textures on their skin and also their geometry that slows it. So if you pick an HD character, that's going to slow loading times. And so but the thing is it also slowing the loading time, or is it also slowing down the when you go to move their arms and move them, and every time it needs to load into iRay, and all of that. How far-reaching do those morphs actually slow things down is another whole question, which, again, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do this inspect asset, okay? And we're going to just new configuration, okay? And it says we want to select this Nahul, accept, and Nahul, Nahuel. Nahuel, accept. Now we can add him in. See, now it's loaded his morphs in here. And I believe what's happening here is that the male-female morphs for Genesis 9 that change their body to male, they may not be included in the because there are morphs that it doesn't turn. Even though I turn off all of those morphs, there are morphs that it doesn't turn off, and they're exclusions, like, okay, so yes, so this isn't working. So what we would have to do here is for this Nahul is we go and we take Nahul back out. This icon, if you come up with this now, with this where your computer says that you have duplicate listings for your character, morphs are duplicate. That's because you've turned your morphs back on, and you've also left this on. And so you have to delete that asset that I created. Now, in here, though, you see this is assets, Genesis 9 base, okay? Notice that there are assets here, options, and these are the things that are here, and I believe you can add more things here. Add, see? This add, where's that? What happened there? Add. Okay, this, oh, product name. Okay, we're going to delete that. I guess that didn't work. And this one. So what you can do is you can add things to the, okay, allows you to quickly turn on and off morphs based on, okay, select the configuration file and tree below, click load configuration, and the morphs listed in the configuration will be enabled and disabled. You need to reload the scene, or if you load the figure that uses disabled morphs, those morphs will not show up and will be listed as errors in Daz. If Daz Studio asks to install a product, click and skip, then re-enable the morphs using. Never add those morphs, or you will corrupt your entire. And see, now I know what not to do. And so now I because for the longest time, I bought like a bunch of these morph loaders, of this turbo loader stuff, and I corrupted my Daz library, and I had to go back and redo 10,600 assets and reinstall them into, and I lost a bunch of customized files and all kinds of stuff. All right, so the thing is if I just click on him like this and go to put him in, it won't find his morphs, okay? And this is what will happen, is that you'll get this error message. And this is where, as long as you do this and you never, right, well, that's why I'm telling you, CDJ. That's why I'm telling, yes, this is why I'm telling you, because I'm going to show you the screen that pops up. And this is really strange that, is there should be a screen that pops up. It's not going to find any of his morphs unless I do these custom. Okay, so something's really weird going on here. Okay, so we're going to just double check my Genesis 9, see if I have something weird here going on. So now I could come in here and we go just to Nahul. Right here. We can just check him and execute. And now that just turned on his morphs. Okay, and it should tell us that it's enabling one morph. Okay. Enabled 5. All right, because he's got 5 morphs associated, maybe some with his body and all that. All right, so now when we double click on him, and why it didn't pop up, I don't think this Genesis 9, that it's not working right. Maybe needs some updates, but it's not to the point where it's going to corrupt your library. Okay, so I'll show you what not to do with this product. Okay, but once you learn this, then you're free to turn off all your morphs, and it's very easy to do. Now let's hope Nahul looks correct, but I believe that there are some other Genesis 9 morphs that I need to turn on, like the male-female things, because it's got his face shape kind of, but it doesn't have the body. Yeah, there's Nahul right there. Okay, so all I had to do was turn on those morphs. For some reason, it's not finding his particular morphs. I don't know that this Turbo Loader 9 is working. Let's close that off for a moment. But that is definitely him. I've seen him a million times, put him in scenes a million times. That's him. He looks absolutely perfect. And when I go in here, all of the other morphs are turned off except him. That's it. All of these other morphs are off. That is an important thing. Now what we'll do is we'll take this Nahul and we'll delete him. Now I can just go back into this Genesis 9 thing. And I can also save configurations, like say, well, if I want to use Nahul, but I want to mix him with, and I could turn on and say, I want to mix, why is Alex capital 8-1 here in Genesis 9? I don't know. It says unknown product. It's like, oh, these are my converted characters. So these are the morphs that I created from my Genesis 8 that I can say, all right, I want to mix, Asher, and I want Bentley, and I want a little bit of Alex Capital, and you don't want to use the HD one. You don't want to use, if you have an option, but if you don't have an option, you can use the HD ones, but you have to turn off some of their extra morphs and stuff. But you don't have to turn on all of the morphs, okay? And you say, well, maybe I also want to do this head shapes thing, You can turn them on and then click execute, and it will turn on those. And so we got Alex Capital and Asher, and then we'll go execute. We'll turn on those other morphs. And I don't believe you can turn them on while he's in the scene. You have to turn them on before you put him in, okay? And so that enabled 9, okay? Now we put him back in. And hopefully it doesn't crash. So, yeah, it's going to take a little longer than it took with just Nahul to go in, but it's not going to take a minute and 40 seconds. See, that was much quicker. That's still, even with those other couple of characters being loaded in, it was still pretty fast. And coffee brown, .duff, you can see all this stuff loading. Now we can go into the parameters here. And now when we go down through here, and you don't have this gigantic list, which it does show a bunch of stuff. Oh, these are, I'm not sure why these other things are here, but it's not as big a list. These are all your basic essentials, Genesis 9 essentials. And so there are some other things, but now you'll see that we have Nahul is selected, his head, and we go down here and we should see those other ones that I selected. For some reason they're showing up here. I'm not sure why they're showing. Maybe I have to do another scan, but we have Bentley's body now, and the thing is that maybe using these Genesis 8 figures brought a bunch more in just because I picked one. They could be associated with each other. They could be a certain kind of class where they require other things brought in with them. But these right here are all the Genesis 9 essentials. You have to have them. Welcome, and Cherry, welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here. Welcome. So we're going to look for the heads, okay? So now we have Bentley, and we can use a little bit of Bentley's head here on Nahul, which if you're going to use these heads, you usually have to drop a little bit of Nahul's head down. So you have to take a little bit of Nahul out. And then you take, we have also I think Ty is a Genesis 9. I'm not sure why they're showing up here. Oh, Nico is one of my he is a Renderosity figure. We've got Tate here. I'm not sure why these are showing up here. It's just they shouldn't be. The only ones that should be showing up here, and those are the heads and these are the bodies. So it's just much easier to kind of get through all of these. But now we have a different figure here than we had for Nahul. So I think Nahul looked kind of nicer, but I'm very partial to that figure. But we have now another figure. We can kind of mix and match these things. I think Asher was another one that I did. We go down here. I think we've got Asher's face. Let's see what we've got here. Whoa. Okay, we've got the base head masculine also, which is important to have that. And the body, let's see, let's take a look at the body. See, there seems as though that's already been applied or some kind of masculine, or they built his masculine form from scratch. So, but that's with the base head masculine applied, which is kind of nice to be able to put that in also. So there are things that are still here. Where's Asher? I don't see Asher. I thought oh, there's Asher. Okay, so we have some of that. Yeah. And you can only put so much because then the eyes will kind of shrivel up a little bit and they don't fit around the eyes. But then you have to come in and make the eyes bigger and move them out. And you always have to do that anyway when you change your morph the head. That's the way with Genesis 9. 8 had that problem, but not as noticeable. But you have to resize the eyes and put them in the socket. Okay, so I just wanted to go over this whole Genesis 9 thing because I think it's associated with speeding up. Oh, now I want to do one more thing is I want to show you what not to do with this, okay? I showed this in the other video, but what we'll do is now we're going to go back to our scene. We'll delete Nahul. We're going to turn off all our Genesis 9 morphs. So if your Genesis 9 morphs don't work, I didn't see Alex Capital in there, okay? So I did not see him in there. So some of these may not load properly. And I think we have Nahul turned on, and we'll just make sure they're all turned off. And like I said, it will, and there may be some, we have muscularity morphs. You can come through here. Some of these figures, okay, are associated, like maybe, just to say that you'll notice it says Kai for Jonathan. So I would assume that if you select Kai, you might also have to select Jonathan, okay? That kind of thing because, yeah, see Jonathan. We'd have to select them both, all right? So, but the thing is this program here, so I'm going to uncheck these. This thing where execute, we're going to turn all of them off, okay? I just like to keep an immaculate system where they're all turned off, and then I work with just the figure and the morphs that I want to use. Now, then we go to Genesis 8 male. This is the one. This is the big one, because if I enable all these morphs and I go to bring a figure in, there's 5,000 morphs, and if you have your female morphs turned on too. But we check all right, and it takes even just a moment for it to check them all and execute and turn all the morphs on. That's 15,600 and something, I think, morphs. That's a lot of morphs for Genesis 8. And so this has been happening in the background while we were for years working with our Genesis 8 figures. We just would, everything would be 15,541 morphs were just enabled, okay? So, you can turn these on and off without any problem. Now, when we're going to time this, we'll go and find a Genesis 8 figure now. You know what your morph list looks like when you go to your parameters and try to mix and match and morph things. You have this massive list of morphs with them, and you would think that would slow animation down, but I don't want to go that far to say that for sure. Now, let's pick a character that I really like here, Genesis 8. Let's pick Alistair. Okay, so now we're going to just pick the regular Alistair, not the HD one. So we're going to bring him in. Okay, oops, I should have set my timer, but back here, let's go to stopwatch and we'll just start it now. Okay, so we just have to add about 5 or 6 seconds to it. See how long Alistair takes to load. So with all of these Genesis, with 15,000 morphs, now I'm using a solid state drive, okay? So if you're using like a spinning hard drive, it's going to take even longer. Okay, so this is on a like 30,000, I don't know, RPM, 30,000, not RPM, but 30,000 megahertz, I don't know, 3,000 like 500 speed read for my solid state drive. So it's very, very fast. It's a 4 terabyte solid state drive. So we're up to over a minute now for and we'll add 5 seconds to it. I'll get ready to stop it when 30 and oh, the stream is outbits is lower than the bit rate recommended. Okay, well that's, I think it looks clear. The stream looks clear. Okay, so let me go into my settings. Maybe we'll raise. Okay, so let's see how long. We're up to 2 minutes now. Okay, and we'll wait till his textures show up. Okay, there. Okay, so we'll stop it there. So we're looking at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Somewhere it's two minutes. Okay, and so that's for Alistair to load with, and then we take a look at the parameter list and the morphs, and look at these morphs. Just how many morphs there are for him, all just there. And I don't know that they actually load they don't load into the RAM when you go to render unless you actually use one, okay? When you go to render it, they don't all load in. The only ones that load into the RAM, at least I've been told, okay, are the ones that you actually use. But they all have to load with him, and also this is just something kind of following him around. Now, the other thing is now if we take Alistair out, and we go back here, and now we go to our Genesis 8 male, and something weird happens. So right now, it seems that Genesis 9 is broken because it was supposed to load Nahul in with his morphs, and it didn't. Okay, I had to manually turn on his morphs. Okay, so that doesn't seem to be... That's what I saw in the forum today. That could slow stuff down. Yeah, I think maybe Daz itself could calculate, even though they're not passed on to the renderer at the time of rendering. Daz could be calculating them. You see, yeah, and that could also have to do with slowing down animation. I don't know. So I don't want to say that it does, but I do want to leave that possibility open, okay? And it's all for you to test. Now what I'm going to do is uncheck all of these morphs. It just takes so long just to uncheck them. And okay, now it's obviously that list is there in the parameters, so it has to be loaded into your system memory in order for you to read them, okay? Just number one, that's just a cursory thing. In order to read that list and all those little images that go with them, they have to be loaded at least into your system RAM. Okay, so now we're disabling all of the Genesis 8 male morphs, okay? And we go here. All right, that's 15,500 morphs disabled. Now what we're going to do is we're going to try this Alistair, and it says enable required morphs and open the file. Okay, now what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to use this inspector. Okay, so instead I'm going to use the inspector, and I'm going to say make a new configuration. And what it says now is it's saying these are needed in order for Alistair to be loaded. And it shows you the body, the head, Alistair head, and all of these particular morphs need to be enabled for him to be loaded. Okay, we click accept, and then we're going to type in Alistair. So this creates a custom configuration file that you can save, so you don't have to enable it. If you have a bunch of morphs that you want to enable for a character, you can save that configuration file. Okay, so we're going to go Alistair. I think that's Alistair. Yeah, Alistair. And we'll click accept. Now we have a custom configuration file, so I can just click on him. Now this, see, this didn't work. This was not supposed to pop up. Okay, and so something is wrong here, and I don't know what it is yet. I haven't figured it out, but this is where if I were to select him and click install selected, you would corrupt your file. Okay, because what this is saying is those morphs that you just turned on, I didn't find them. Okay, for some reason I didn't find them. Okay, so you never click this and click install. All right, you always skip. Now, okay, I'm going to explain this again, because if you learn this one thing, then you have no fear of using this whole product. Okay, there's a couple of things. Okay, so I just created a custom morph which was supposed to allow me to install. It's not working for some reason. I might need to close this all. Oh, sometimes you have to close down Daz and reopen it. So I think in order for it to work right, so we'll do that. But I'm going to click skip. Okay, and it's going to pop up again, and it's going to find another morph that isn't there, and that's why this isn't working. Okay, is because I think sometimes and there's another one, and you see it's grayed out. You can't actually select it unless you select this, and he looks wrong and everything. But I'm going to click skip this also. All right, and I'll show you why he looks wrong. Okay, but I'm going to click skip. Always just click skip, and then you're free to use morph loader as long as you learn to always skip when that pops up. Okay, always. That's one thing. All right. Now, if I go into the parameters and select Alistair, we'll notice now that when we get up into the top here, we go down to, okay, Alistair, that we have this. This is a bug that's in the program. I don't know why it's never been fixed. But you have Kahlan if you own that character. And if it's not Kahlan, it'll be another character. But it puts Kahlan into your character for some reason. You just have to turn it off. It's no big deal. You just come in and turn Kahlan's head off and his body off. And now what I see here, this is not... Yes. So yes, that's what it is. And so and this is also another Kahlan thing. But when we turn this off, we're not getting Alistair. So what we have to do is I'll delete Alistair. And now let's go into here, this configuration set. All right, and I'm going to delete this. Okay, delete this configuration that I made. Okay, accept. And now with my Genesis 8, we'll just double check and make sure everything's turned off. Because Turbo Booster is supposed to load those for me. Now everything's turned off. Okay, so we can cancel this. Now I'm going to close Daz. Save changes. No. Close this down. All right. Come on. I don't think my screen looks blurry, but okay. There's my cakewalk. Okay, so we just wait a second here. Oh, and that's another thing is when you close Daz, you have to wait and wait and wait and wait. That's for all the morphs to come out of the memory. And so you just once you close Daz, it's not instantaneous, but it's pretty close to that you can just instantly not instantly, but pretty close to once you close it, you can reopen it and it's right there. So now we're going to find Alistair, okay? We're going to try to do this and hopefully it works this time. So we go to figures. Your figures will all still show up in here. They just, okay, so now we're going to select this and I'm going to try this other one where it just says, enable required morphs and open the file. All right, so look how quickly that was. Now what we do is we go into our parameter. That took like 4 seconds for him to load, okay? So yeah, the key is to restart Daz, and now we go into parameters. And we go here and see if we have Alistair here. Yeah, okay, so this worked. Now we have Alistair. And we just turn off Kahlan's head and body. And we have Alistair. You see how nice that is? Okay, so I believe that I've pretty much now shown you that is Alistair in all his glory. So there we go. Now you still have the body morphs where you could go in to select Alistair and just dial down his face a little bit so he's a little bit more close to Genesis 9. and then Genesis 8, and then you can also then go here to his body and just dial it down so he looks a little bit kind of normal. I mean, not so kind of buff. Just kind of make him look a little more like your average person. So there you go. There's Alistair. Okay. So let's animate Alistair, okay? So we're going to do save as scene, animate Alistair. All right, here we go. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make sure we have heat, which is that heat? Maximize. That is heat. Okay, so now heat is is where you get a bunch of animations. Yes, it is still it is still mixed. I still had to take and turn off Kahlan's body and Kahlan's head. But his morphs, it picked out his morphs automatically. This is part of the, so you have to buy all of the let's go here to Daz, okay? Turbo. I wish this was all sold in a bundle, okay? But it's not, all right? So you have to buy the Genesis 9 turbo loader, Genesis 3, Genesis 2, Genesis 8 and 8.1. Welcome, Software Tools. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And thanks, people, for the likes. All of the likes are awesome. Very, very nice to have you all here and following along. So you have to buy the 9, 3, 2, 8, and 8.1. And the 2, I believe, contains the Genesis one. So you get the Genesis one with the Genesis and Genesis 2. So those are included in that. And then you have the turbo loader. I don't believe I paid like more than maybe 50 or 60 bucks for all of the turbo loader products. And then you have to have the turbo loader booster. And the turbo loader booster, and that's right now $4. Go out and at least, if you're gonna buy turbo loader, buy that right now, the turbo loader booster. Even though you don't have turbo loader, it's on sale right now for $4. Okay, buy the booster and then slowly buy these. Now now look at this. Turbo loader for Genesis 8 and 8.1 right now is on a 72% sale. So get your turbo loader booster and your turbo loader for Genesis 8 and 8.1, okay? And that's going to be about $10, okay? And get those. Don't buy these. Well, they're on a 20% sale, okay, for 9 and okay. All right, so yes, so you want to be able to just, so you can load your, and as long as you skip, as you click that skip thing, you're not going to ever have to worry about a problem. But I'm going to tell you one more problem here, is that you always have to check this right here, this turbo loader configuration. And just a moment. And you have to make sure that you don't have any, in this assets folder, any configurations. If so, then just delete them. And it's no big problem, but sometimes it'll complain and say you have duplicate morphs. And that's why, because you have an asset loaded in here. So to get rid of that that message, you just click on the asset and delete it, and you're fine, okay? It's not a big dish, but that's where you find it. It might be, these might be all shuffled in a different order than mine, okay? But that would be in this assets. You just click on that, and anything in the assets, not these, okay? But anything in this assets folder, and you click delete configuration. Yes, this video, I've gone over all of this, okay? And those are created when you click on this icon here with a configuration inspector inspect assets. And there again, if they're not working, restart Daz and it'll work, okay? So what I've done is, this is Alistair's body and Alistair's without the morphs. Now, when I go into parameters and stuff, there's only like a handful of parameters here, okay? It's not like that huge, but there's still a ton of, I can still do his earlobes, give him, I think, elf ears and stuff like that. Finger length and proportional size, and you still have a reasonable amount of morphs here for him. And I don't know why Nico's head is showing up here, but I used him yesterday. Why he's showing up here, I don't know. And Kahlan, this shouldn't be here. I'm not sure why that's there on. But those are turned off. Now we have Alistair's body. And we have Alistair's head. And I thought I took some of Alistair's body down, but these might... Oh, this is size, okay? Has something to do with size or something, I'm not sure. But there was another body one here. Yeah, Alistair's body, and that was just the muscular morph. Okay, everything else is turned off. And the body size, I'm not sure why that's turned up a little bit, but he's fine to me the way he looks now. Taking this down just a little more. So, yeah. Up a little more, just a little more. Pump him up a little bit. Okay, so, all right. So buy those now, okay? That's your turbo loader for Genesis 8 and 8.1 and the turbo loader booster. Because if you don't load the booster, then you won't get these automatic ones. These four here are for the booster. There might even be more of them. These say you can enable and disable all of these, like where you can just come in here, and right now we just have some of them. I don't think we have them all, and it says uncheck all or check all. These maybe they work. I haven't really been able to get them kind of to work, but I'm sure they do work, but I'm not sure why. Now, so I told you there was maybe a bug in Genesis 9. The bug was I didn't restart the computer after I did all of those kind of loading and unload. I didn't restart Daz, okay? So you restart Daz and those will work. Okay, so now we're going to go into animation. We're going to switch gears. We're done with turbo loader, okay? I planned on doing this with turbo loader. I think I need to drink some water. Now, I'm just going to get some kind of underwear. I don't want to have massive clothes on him. As you well know, clothing is a very big problem with animation and Daz. So we're just going to go into wardrobe, and we're going to go up here to files. And I think I'm going to use this content thing, wardrobe. Well, I can search actually in this files load. So we'll go underwear. See underwear. And this will work for Genesis 8 male. Let's do something that looks more like a bathing suit. And I had to pick this. Genesis 9. Okay, I have this. I thought I had this MMX, but all right, this isn't gonna work. Okay, and that's a female thing, so we're gonna have to delete that. I think that's. I'm not sure why that didn't work, but. All right. We'll go with let's just find some shorts. And it just seems okay now. Alistair. If I go by context, yeah, we have. Okay. We'll go with this right here. All right. We don't need a... okay. So now we have Alistair in the scene. Okay, with some clothes. That's all works. Now, it would seem that Alistair's feet aren't really on the ground. But what we're going to do is we got to find some kind of ground. And I usually search for ground. It's going to have to stand on something. And right now, there's really no plane or anything here. It's what we're looking at is the environmental options, ground. And so we type in ground and go to default. Now you'll notice when you search for things, your library gets much faster with all those morphs turned off. Your library definitely comes up and is nice and snappy. So, because all those morphs are turned off. So, that's another thing to think about. All right, let's try this landscape, see what it is. MR landscape. Okay, this works. Okay, and so now we know where the ground is, and now we can move this landscape kind of around. I could probably do it in iRay, but let's see if it'll move. We want to get him a landing area where he can kind of dance around a little bit, or move, or do something. And then we want him standing on the ground. Okay, I think I've got to go into... I'm going to turn on my little circle thing so you can see what hotkeys I'm using. Okay, okay, I think that's kind of close enough. All right, and now Alistair's got to have some hair. He's already got some painted on body hair, so we don't have to worry. A little bit of painted on scruff there on his chest. Probably has it on his arms and legs, so that's nice. We got HDR eyes here. Let's throw one in real quick, just so we have something. We don't have very many. Let's try this one. Go to this. See what it looks like. Now everything you do here is going to add to the overhead of your animation. That looks terrible, so this kind of works. Now Alistair looks really shiny, and so we got to do stuff with his skin. Oh, what we want to do here with Alistair is we want to change his skin to PBR. All right, so we go here to Favorites, PBR Skin. We have to check Alistair and see if he has, for his surfaces, Alistair. Their skin just always looks better when you switch to PBR. So now you go to Skin here, and then we select Surfaces, just to check his face and see what his transparency is. Now you see the translucency, that's a lighter color than his base color. That means that the artist who made Alistair made a separate transparency. They're not using the same exact map for the base color and the translucency. A lot of Genesis 8 and 8.1 figures you'll notice in the file name, like where it says Alistair Faces 2 SSS.1001, where it will use the same exact map as what's the base color. But this has a separate translucency. So we go up into favors, we go to this PBR Skin, which is a converter that you can buy in the Daz store. And we go keep translucency, because it has its own translucency. It doesn't need to create one, because the translucency is supposed to be a couple of shades like lighter than the base color. So you keep the translucency and you just do it and let it do its magic, and you are going to see a beautiful, like Alistair's skin looks horrible. I mean, it looked kind of nice but now look at that. Just look how much nicer. Now, it's still a little bit shiny. PBR Skin definitely it works better, it looks better. It's just better. Look how much nicer. You can just see the difference, how it just reacts to the lighting in the world around him so much better. And I would say his skin is still a tiny bit shiny, but this PBR Skin gives us the ability to go here to roughness for skin. Gives us this. And we can just drag this up a tiny bit, like maybe there. Just take a little bit of the shine off. Make it a little bit more rough. All right, where'd you go? It's still thinking. All right. And accept. Well, I want to see it first. Yeah, now it's just a little bit. I think I took too much shine off. Bring it down just a little bit. So this comes with a gamma adjuster and also a shine adjuster. So the PBR Skin, and it's like all in one thing. You can get his skin just perfect with one little app thing. And so here's the gamma for mouth and teeth and skin and lips. You just need it for the skin, okay? And so now we've got Alistair. Save it. Now he needs some hair. Okay, I think that's about it. And then we're going to go into posing and animating him. You got to set up your characters so that they kind of look. We could give him a hat or something instead, but let's go with hair. Now, the more complex your hair is, the more you're going to be adding. The more complex this scene is. If I had him just on a white checkered floor, then the rendering would be, but we've got all these plants and all this stuff in here. So it's going to be, it is going to be some more, it's going to have more computing needed to compute this. So anything you add into the scene at this point, like hair, clothing, everything, then you're adding more to how many iterations in your render settings. Then you're saying you gotta have, then you have to lower those iterations, because each iteration's gonna take longer. And so you have to lower them down, or else it's gonna take forever per frame to render it. So you have to keep that in mind, okay? There is a ratio there somehow, somewhere in that, where the more your scene is, the lower you have to go on iterations, the more you have to sacrifice quality per frame. Okay, I think that's the formula there. Okay, so we go to hair, and let's go with, I like using this content thing for hair. This is another thing that I'm working on. There may be an update coming out for this, or it may already have come out, but it does show my Genesis. Well, we would want to just see the Genesis 8 male, okay. Hair, okay, now it's just showing me Genesis, but it's not showing me 8.1 hair, which is kind of too bad. They haven't set that up yet, but let's see what we got for. I like this because it's large and I can see and I can also come back over here and just go for short hair. And this is nice. You get to really see the hair in this particular. This is the turbo content, this is called. Now look at this. This hair is kind of cool. Let's see what that looks like on Alistair. We got a I think that works, but maybe we'll lighten it. It's just the wrong color, the wrong shade. Kaio hair. No, I don't know if that looks right to me. Okay, so we'll go get something else. Hair. How about we go with something like this? Alistair. See what that looks like. Yeah, that's nice. Sort of, kind of nice. I don't know. Yeah, that's nice. But I think we're going to go lighten the color, maybe. Maybe that's okay. We're not here to fuss too much on aesthetics. We're here to animate. Okay, so we'll leave that. It's okay. That's okay. It's maybe not the best thing, but it does kind of give them a nice look. All right, so we'll save this again. Control S. And now we are going to animate. Okay, so I'm going to use, now there's aniblocks, so we can open this up, and right now I don't have a lot of aniblocks for Genesis 8. Maybe I do. This is Animate 2. Let me see now what I have. Okay, now I have to go out of iRay. Now I have found that that it seems Filament is even faster than texture shaded mode. Okay, but what happens when you go into Filament is it gets really bright. So you go to this Create, and you go New Filament Draw Mode options, okay? And you put that in, and then you go to Parameters, and you just drop this ISO scale down a little bit. And then it doesn't look quite so blown out. And we could bring the scale intensity, bring that up a little bit, just to make it look. Now we might want to also go into our environment options and turn the ground off just for the heck of it. So we go to down here and make sure that a draw ground is off, just so it's not there, I guess, and possibility of poking through. Save this again. And he is standing on the ground. It doesn't look like he is, but okay. So this is pretty, now when I click on this, lean forward, see this isn't right. These aren't the right, these are not Genesis 8 So we have to find, so somewhere here I might have some Genesis. These are face aniblocks, fighting, animate, original aniblocks. Let's see what these Genesis 2. I've got some Genesis 9 ones, but I don't have a lot of Genesis 8 ones. Let's see. No, see, none of these look like they're working right. Well, this one looks like it. Oh, that's Genesis 8 female. All right, so I don't have a lot of aniblocks. Genesis 8 female. Jump. Crouch and jump Genesis. So that's the Genesis 8 females seem to be working with him. And but the solution here is to come here to the heat bridge. And I believe Daz members get to use the heat bridge, and they get like complete access to their animation library. And right now I have about my library. Now let's go to user generated. Now, where's my library? User generate. Where's my library? I'm supposed to have like 1,000 in here, close to 1,000 of them. Yeah. See, so as you can see, they just go on. I have a ton of them here, but it's not as many as I'd like to have. But hey, I got them for free, and you set up this heat. You set up your heat, what do you call it, heat account. And what I don't really like about it is most of them are like fighting, and I just wish they were all kind of like dance and walking and doing just normal stuff. Simple booty shake. That one could be cool, but I'm not going to do that here. So, sitting in a meadow. Let's try this, and okay. So this we have, and how long is this? Now, all right. So what you make sure you have Daz selected down in the bottom corner here. Am I showing? Okay, yeah. Okay. You make sure, okay, you can't see that because I'm in the way. I don't know that lower right. Okay, they're not working. But if I move out of the way, my chair out of the way, you can see that down in this corner. You can't really see that. Let me see if I move this way. There's a little drop down here. Okay, I got to move over a little more. There's a little drop down here. Okay, and with a little X, you can't really see it. A little drop down arrow, and you can select Daz, Unity, or Blender. Okay, and so you have to make sure you select Daz. And then you also, so I've selected this. Now I can play it, and you can kind of see what he's doing here. All right. And it's not very long. This is only 4 seconds, but it's an animation. Okay, we're going to make him move. And so then what we have also is, all right, so I got to stop that. It's just kind of maddening how it just keeps going and going. All right, so then you can't import yet until you go into Daz and you make sure that you have your heat bridge, and if it's not here in here, then okay, we can close the timeline so we can see this all the way. That you have your heat bridge, then it's and you download it, and it's free. The heat bridge, the account to heat is free, and I think it's free for a certain 3 months or something. I'm not sure. I probably will pay for it if it's like, you know, $4 or $5 a month. And I think they're always coming out with new stuff. Like, I haven't gone through this user-generated stuff, but you're allowed to just instantly add these to your heat library. And if I go down through these, okay, see, filter, let's see, what's new? Let's see, all plans, heat exclusive, free, user-generated, heat exclusive. And this would be, okay, here we go. Where would be genre, expressions, motion types, work, tempo. I don't know what that is. Poses, actions, directions, environments. Okay, this, and then all plans, the free ones. But we get complete, Daz people get complete access to this, all right? So now we go, all right, so what you do is you sign up and then you have to log in up here where it says login here. And and then it shows up down here in your, so this is one of them is called the plugin. I think in this one it's called the bridge. This is called the plugin, and then the one in Daz is called the bridge or something. I'm not sure exactly, but they have slightly different names. Okay, the one, and you have to have them both. You have to. Okay, I've been saving them as yes, you can. You can save them. It was free for 2 months. I have like a week left before it starts charging me $25 a month. Oh my gosh. That is a lot of money. I won't be paying that. But the thing is that I really like having animations. So probably what I'll do is there's not enough for me to pay them $20. What you do, okay, is you come here and you go to every one and you add them while you have them an account. You click on this little green thing and make sure that they go into your collection, into your library. And whatever you put into your library, you get to keep forever. Okay? So even if you don't have a membership, you get to keep them. So you have to go through and spend like 3 or 4 hours. I mean, an hour or 2 hours clicking on every one of these to make sure that they go into your library while you have while you have an account, okay? And that's the way that the thing goes, is that as long as you put them in your library, they're yours. And so you don't necessarily have to save them as aniblocks, okay? Because there are certain things that you may want to do to them before you save them as an aniblock. So I'm not sure. Okay. Now so then you go into your heat bridge and make sure you're connected. Now, if it's the heat bridge isn't here, you just go up into your window panes and you'll see it here under heat. And this you go to the Daz store and you find this heat bridge, and it's free, and you download, install it, and with the install manager. And then you'll find it up here in the windows, in your panes. You'll find heat animations, and you open the window and drag it down into here and drop it. And then you have to connect to the heat bridge, and it says now the heat bridge is connected. So then you select your figure, okay? And you go back to the heat bridge. Make sure that Daz in the left-hand corner down behind me is selected and not Blender or Unreal or Unity. That Daz is selected, and then you click Import. And now it says Downloading Heat. And you have to log in every time. It forgets. I don't know. Does it forget your login information, CDJ? Because every time I open this and put it down here into the terminate and stay resident here, Yeah, it forgets mine, so I have to put mine in every time. So that's kind of a pain. It's you'd think that they would fix it, but I don't think there's a lot of people giving them $25. You know, I don't know. Maybe the first month I might give them 25 just as a thank you. You know, to for all of the animations they gave me and all the connections to animations. I wish they were these animations were more to my liking. I would like to see, I just wish they had all kinds of like pop dance and 60s dance, like some of the animations, the jumpy dance here. All right, so I just wish they had more animations of the things that I would like to have. And just make sure that jumpy dance is in my library. So I think all you have to do is click on it for them to go into your library. So yeah, that's I think it's fair. I think because I support them. Okay, so now look, this is our guy here, and he is now sitting here. So the problem with him is you can't move him. Okay, you can't move him around. The only way to move him around, because if I move him, then I'm messing with the animation itself. Okay, so if I move him, then for the first frame of the animation, he'll be moved where I put him, and then as soon as it jumps to the second animation of the frame, he'll move back. Okay, so the only way to move him without messing with the animation itself wow, that's weird. That's the MR landscape. It may just be too big. It is fairly big. I think I've probably got him in the no, that's okay, and Cherry. That's very. I care about what people think and say. This is all about what about. We're all here working together, okay? And this is just as much your tutorial as it is mine. Okay, you guys are coming here and watching my videos when I'm not around. You're helping me out to possibly someday make a living doing this. Yeah, I care. I care what you guys think. And I guys and gals, I care what you all think. All right, so Stonemason said I used to not be able to load my PC specs. I have a 18 core Intel Extreme processor, so that's it is 36 threads, so it's 18 core, and I think it's like they're at like around 3 megahertz each core. Yeah. And I have 128 gigs of RAM. And yeah, and a 3060. Now, how many gigs? Oh, 32 gigs of RAM. Yeah, that's for your system RAM. An i5. Okay, and the i5 is not too bad. I set the general settings to VGA. Once I get it where I want it, I reset the render settings to 1080. No, this is all. I'm not sure what you mean. The render settings to VGA. Okay, because that would do it, I guess, because it wouldn't try to load. Yeah, there must be a way to. Now I'm thinking though, your 3060, that's got to have at least 8 gigs. 30. 8 gigs of RAM. Yeah, this should load. This shouldn't be 8 gigs of RAM for this. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, why does this say, okay, says, the RTX 3060 Ti. Oh, the 3060 has 8 gigs, 12 gigs, or 8 gigs. So yeah, see this, there's something wrong because this should load, and this doesn't take up 12 gigs. I'll tell you right now, it does. This landscape, all these plants are instances. Yeah, so there's something seriously wrong why this isn't loading. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I think Art's suggestion is probably very good to try and maybe shift some of the settings and see whether if you can at least get it into the scene, and then figure out what the culprit is. But there's something obviously just seriously, CDJ, I think I was talking about a video that I made where you can go into your NVIDIA. It goes back, and it's about 5 videos behind, and I forget what exactly it's called, but it says optimize your graphics card. And yes. So yes, okay, so this would be render settings here, general. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean, because there's a VJ. That would just be like changing your down to 640 by 480. So that would be the same as just changing this down to 640. The width, you turn off the proportions, and you just type in 640 and 480 here. I don't think, other than that, I don't think it's changing like the color depth or anything like that of the textures. But yes, I would assume having it smaller. I'm not, yeah, so that one just kind of twists my brain a little bit, because I wouldn't think that would lower the texture qualities and all, but yeah, I think trying that would may kind of shake up the parameters a little bit, and because there's no reason when I zoom in on this stuff, it's not incredibly like, yeah, see that ground there? None of this isn't like 16. This is all a repeating pattern on the ground too. It's just a regular shader. It might be a 4K shader, but it's not even a gig for the shader. Yeah, so thank you for looking that up. It's called the best NVIDIA control panel settings for Daz Studio. And you wanna go there, and you wanna just follow that video. It's like a couple of hours long, at least. But you wanna set that, and I left links in the video description for this magic video, that you go to it, and the guy explains every last setting, how to do it, and how to optimize your NVIDIA graphics card. I would say that is the problem. It's not because the scene is too big, okay? I would bet you that this scene is not too big for your graphics card. That's the link to the video video guy made. Yeah, I don't know if Daz will let you post links in this in the chat, and it didn't even pop up and ask me if I wanted to. If you posted the link, it's not. It's just part of the whole of the security stuff of. Yeah, it didn't even show the link you posted. So you'd have to go to my video and find the link, okay? Flick City Art makes the scene. Flick City channel. Yeah, okay. All right. Yes. All right. Well, very good. So now to progress a little bit further here, we're going to go and put him in a group, okay? And so we just take and create it. We select Alistair, and we'll call it Alistair Group here. And then I'm going to just say okay. And now he's in a group. Now I can move him around, okay, without a problem. And so what we'll do is we'll just go up here and we'll rotate him a little bit. We'll go out. We're still in Filament. This is probably the best mode to move him around in. And around the 1 hour and 15 minute mark. Yeah. Yes, time out of my life. You remind me of all the time I spend here. I've been here today for 2.5 hours so far. And we're just going to go and set him here. And we're going to move him over a little bit like this. And now, so he's got his hand in a leaf. And over, we can find a place where he can set in here like this, okay? And then we'll move him down so he's kind of sitting on the ground. Okay, I think that works. Then we'll move in a little bit, all right? And now we should have him animated. Let's go into iRay. Okay, Alistair. Okay, let's click play and see what... we can't do this in iRay. We got to go back. I just wanted to see what he looked like here. His foot is going through the... So I could take this group here, and because I didn't want his hands, but you can't really see his hands anyway. So, but what we could do here is now go back to Filament. We have the group selected. Okay, and what I'll do is just tilt him a little bit like that, and then bring him back. No, I think I have to tilt him the other direction. Like this. Wait a minute, I think that was right. No, this way. Tilt him. No, I don't think that's right. I think I have to tilt him this way. Okay, I think that kind of works. And then we can go just till it's right. I'm trying not to think too hard. Okay, and now here we go at this. Let's see if this looks right. Okay, now the question is he breathing? So we're going to go to Filament. We're going to click play on our animation. And see, this is a terrible, it's just his leg twitches a little. This is horrible. And we're at 60 frames. What happens if we 30? Now there is a way to slow this animation down. So we go, what if we go 120 frames per second. Oh, okay. I think what's happening is it's not showing the whole animation here, the timeline. Or maybe it is. Okay. We just picked the smallest animation in the entire. Yeah, that's what I thought, because I do that all the time and it's not playing. Oh, well, let's go to the range here, total range. Let's go to 300. No, it's not playing the whole. Well, yeah, I think it was. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Let's click play. No, it wasn't playing the whole animation. So let's go to 400. Let's bring the frames down to 60. Let's go to 30 frames. I don't know why we would need 60 frames. Okay, so now let's go. The total frames would be 300. There's the end of our animation. So we go here. Had me kind of worried there for a minute. It's like I'm not going to be able to use this. So we go, I think that's, well, let's zoom in. So we can see that we're right on the last frame. No, we got one more to go. Well, I don't know that it's going to let me click in on that frame. It's not letting me, so we'll just go there, okay, a little after it. We'll have a tiny little bit of a dead space at the end, but which I could trim off in Photoshop. Okay, now the MR landscape, we do have a keyframe where I moved it up, okay. So, but that's okay, it'll stay there, it's just one keyframe. Yeah, yeah, you would think so, that they would know, and also you should be able to add blink, you know, and breathe into them, because they're just kind of like an add-on that you could add to them, and you know, so that is another consideration. Now, I just thought of something. I've had this kind of like thing that I was going to add to this, and don't get me started on this again, this thing here. We're going to go to, and I just realized I believe these are for Genesis 9. So I would have to convert our Alistair to Genesis 9. That would be before I probably put him into, okay, hide items I own. Let's see what. I think actually these do come with Genesis 8, Genesis, oh, I think it comes with all. And I thought, why is it coming with all the different poses? Okay, those were the poses that came with, I think, these. Where are they? Now I can't. I think I have to refresh this. Reload. Okay, now we have to turn these off again. Okay, we go down through here. And we should see, here it is, right here. Genesis alive, 9 alive. So what I would have to do is convert Alistair, which shouldn't be that hard to do. We can convert him right in the scene. Let's see, content, scripts, no, it'd be content, no, figures, content, character converter. Oh, I have to put Genesis. All right, let's take all of these animations here, right click, delete, we'll just delete the keyframes. So he's back in his A pose. Because I wanted to demonstrate this product here also. So what we need to do now is put a Genesis 9 dev load into the scene. And she should load even though I don't have my Genesis 9 morphs turned on, because she's part of the starter morph thing, okay? And so we select Alistair first, then the Genesis 9, and then we go to this favorites character converter, and it says custom, convert custom character, Genesis 8 to 9. And please select the Genesis 8 male first. Well, that's what I thought. Oh, I have the group selected. Okay, here. All right, now we go. Now the thing is remember I converted his skin to PBR? Well, this would do that anyway. Also, this character converter converts the skin to PBR. So just keep that in mind. It was a little redundant. All right, so we clicked Alistair first. Now this pops up, which tells us we got everything right. Character name, we're going to call this Alistair. Let's call it Alistair 2, just in case I already have. I think I already converted Alistair, but all right, so we'll call it Alistair 2. Accept. Restore these ones. I don't know why it says these restore things. Comes up with those, but all right. We just wait a moment, and we got our error converting morphs. Okay, well it still did it, I think. Yeah, we have a Genesis 9 figure here now. We just have to turn off the Kahlan morphs again, I think. Now we can get rid of this Alistair group. And, okay, Z, no, I don't know. Okay, what happened here? I don't think it converted him. Okay, no, that's the Genesis 9 figure. All right, so this didn't work. All right, so let's go here. Let's select Alistair, and then we'll go here and we'll try deleting these other morphs that are here with him. Okay, so we're going to go to parameters. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's go to, and this Kahlan one, we go here and we're going to go to, all right, right click here, edit mode, and then let's right click and delete selected property. We're going to delete Kahlan from here, and we're going to also delete this Nico body. And then we're going to also delete the head. See if this works. Delete selected property. And we don't need Nico head to produce Alistair. Okay, and then there was another one, this one here. Delete selected property and Nico, delete. Okay, now we'll turn this edit mode back off and see if we can do this. Now I'm going to take Alistair out of the group. Unparent. Let's get this group out of the way. Okay, now select Alistair, then select Genesis 9. It's probably not going to work. I'm very pessimistic about this working. And now convert. It pops up. Restore, okay, restore. Error converting morphs. All right, let's take Alistair out and put him in fresh. You know, CDJ, I went into the, maybe you could go in and talk with Riversoft in the forums and ask him about your Kahlan problem and tell him that you're not the only one having that problem with him loading in Turbo Loader, and also because he said he wasn't aware of the problem, and there's two of us that have the problem with this. Okay, so we're going to go into our the whole point of turning off all these morphs is so that when you put a character into a scene, we'll delete this, that when you convert a character, it doesn't take an hour to convert, or 2 hours or 3, that it only takes like a few minutes, because it only has to convert the morphs that go with that character. And that's the whole idea. I had to go in and reset the default Gen 8 character. Is that what he told you to do? Yeah, see, I don't know if... Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a fun thing to do, reset, because that's scary, because none of my, I have all of these paths that aren't like standard paths, and I feel like if I were to try to reset the Genesis 8 character, that I would end up with some very strange paths. And it might try to put them back on my C drive, and then I might end up with duplicate listings of characters, and that is very scary to me, resetting Genesis 8. So what did you just do? Uninstall the Genesis 8 and then let it reinstall again? Or you could go into the install manager and uninstall it. Let's see. Let's try putting Kahlan back in. This is not going to be a fun thing to do, but this is something that I have to do. I have to figure out why this is loading up with, because it's obviously Genesis 8 is somehow corrupted. That makes sense now. I'll say, so let's go to Alistair. Load in a basic and remove the Kahlan morphs, then save that morph as Genesis 8. Okay. All right, load in. You had to load in a base Genesis 8 character. Let's start with that. Genesis 8 character. Because this is how people are going to need to know how to do this. So you had to use Morph Loader to save it? Okay, that doesn't... I'm not sure I know how to do this, but I have to fix this. So we go to Genesis with scripts. I don't know that I have my Genesis 8 here. So we'll just type in figures, and we'll go 8. And I wonder if that would also, I'd have to do that with the dev load for 8 also. And where is this? That was Kahlan. How did Kahlan end up able to corrupt the Genesis 8 figure? And I bet I have more than one now. Okay, we look at this. This is 8. Okay, let's keep going. That's it. We'll see it, the blue one here. There it is, all the way at the bottom. All right, so we had the basic male. Let's put the basic male in. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't. All right, so I can. Yes, it would make sense because he is now. All right, so I would have to turn off. If I turn on all of my morphs. All right, let's go into the parameters, and we're going to see that the only things that we have here is Kahlan. So select Show Hidden Properties. Down menu, right-click, zero the figure found in Parameters tab, drop-down menu, memorize the figure. Okay, so, all right, so we would go up to here with show hidden properties. Okay. Load your base figure. Okay. Select show hidden properties in the parameters tab, drop down right menu. Okay, and now we did that. Zero the figure found in the parameters tab, drop down menu, which would be, let's type in 0. Okay, that didn't, oh, 0 the figure. So that would be like body size and Kahlan, everything that's here. Hand thickness, okay. I think some of these are already. Oh, 0 the figure up here. Preferences, we'd go to 0 figure. Okay. We still have Kahlan. Okay, 0 the figure. Down menu. For memorize the figure. Now you see there's still, oh, you said I had to delete. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. See, mine is adding Kahlan because, all right, okay, because I have my morphs turned off. So I'll turn the morphs back on because this is an error that's showing up when you turn off. Okay, so we check all, execute, and I might as well turn on the Genesis 8 female ones just in case. So, because that doesn't load when I put in, when I have them all enabled, the Genesis figure, it doesn't happen. Okay, this is very helpful. All right, so we go here now to Genesis 8. I think that was the female. Okay, this is the Genesis 8 female. We'll turn them on just in case there's any kind of problem. Check all. It's very easy to turn them on and off. That's what I like about it. I can just, that's what I really like about this is I can just work with whatever figures that I need. I wonder if Genesis 8 female, I don't have a lot of females where it would have, they would have kind of corrupted my base female. I've only got a few female characters, probably about maybe 20 or 30, if that. Okay. So now we go back to Smart Content. We load our basic male. All right. Because all of these use this. Yes, that makes sense. And that it happens with all of my Genesis 8 figures. So it's got to be a corruption within the Genesis 8 male. All right. And that may be why I couldn't convert Jon Snow, because I bet it's also in the 8.1 male. So I might have to do this procedure with all of these, even the females. All right, so see now he doesn't have that problem. And now we go to here, up to here, preferences. Okay, that would be in parameters. We go up here, and that was show hidden properties. Okay, now where are we again? Remove the, I had to load in the basic. Okay, remove the, then save that morph. Then save that morph as Genesis 8. To fix an ill-behaving morph as you do follows, load your base figure and or the developer. Select Show Hidden Properties in the parameters. Tab down, right-click. Zero the figure. Okay, let's try zeroing him. Zero figure. Okay. Okay, we want a 0. Okay. 0 the figure. Okay, where was I again? All right. Do as a developer, trap, drop, right. 0 the figure found. Okay. Memorize the figure and memorize. Okay, it's doing something kind of weird here. I have a huge library, so file save as support assets, save modified assets. Now this, okay. Wow, okay. So I don't know, this file save as support assets, save modify. That part throws me, okay? Memorize the figures. Okay, but we'll try it, okay? For some reason, I have a clickety-click. I think I've got too much stuff in the scene right now to be doing this. I may have to close Daz. Yeah. Well, I'll give it another moment here. I have a lot of content. I was going through 15,000 morphs. Now, I didn't have to delete, okay, nowhere in there. Okay, what I'm going to do is while I'm doing this, okay, I'm going to come up here and copy your directions. I had to load the, okay, copy, and then I'll open Notepad so I have them. If I can get this fixed, then other people can watch this video and maybe have it help them. Okay, and all right, so I have, oh, that's very nice. They're all in a concise, okay, morph, save as, Genesis 8, Kahlan, morph fix. Fix. Okay, and I'll save that on the desktop of my streaming computer. All right, that came out of it. Glad I waited long enough. Oh, not this. Escape. I hope you all can still hear me. I think I turned off my... Art, you have a wonderful night. Very nice. Very nice to have you here. And for being here, everyone. Yes, 8.1 is tricky. I'm wondering about if I'm going to have a problem with 8.1 as well. So yeah, this is all. Okay, you can hear me good. Okay, because I'm not sure why I have a mute. Oh, that's my TV is muted. Okay. Keyboard camera looks frozen. Okay. That's because I'm over here on another computer. Okay. So, all right, I'm over here. It would appear that it worked to do this. We'll remove the landscape, the filament draw options. Let's see. Let's just get him back, and let's go back into texture shaded mode, I guess, just to be safe. And that looks like our Genesis 9 figure. Now the other thing is zero the figure, then memorize the figure. Okay, so I don't even remember ever using this, but memorize the figure. Okay. Then file save as. All right, file. Okay, so we select the Genesis 8 figure. No, it's still, okay, that did it. Okay, file, save as. This was as support asset, something I've never even used. Support asset. And it would be modified assets. All right, now here we go. Eyelashes, curls, Genesis. Okay, will be permanently modified. Okay, accept. All right, now let's see what happens. Let's delete the Genesis 8 male. Let's turn off our morphs. Wow, that would be nice. All right, awesome, awesome, awesome. So this is like this is the turbo loader like thing. This mostly has a lot to do today with is getting turbo loader, being able to use, because you see, it's taken me a couple of years. Now let me see if we have this. We turn them off. And then I think after I've disabled the morphs, remember I have to close out Daz and come back. And I think I'm going to also disable the female morphs. And I hope I did this right. So if I could have not done this right, but that is a lot better than having to uninstall that was, another option. Uncheck all. We'll turn off the female ones. See, those I only have a few of. $7,000, which isn't too bad. It's about half of the ratio of my male morphs. Okay, so we're going to close this. Save. No, we don't need to save this scene. Okay, just to make sure that the morphs are registered as being off, and it helps reset all this stuff. Somewhere I read that you have to close, it might have been in the video, that you have to close down deleting objects. Okay. Wait a couple of seconds. Currently all of my morphs are off. Not quite ready. How about now? There we go. You have to wait maybe, 10, 20 seconds. See, I struggled with Morph Loader for a couple of years, where I just couldn't use it. And so I just kind of got to the point where it says, I'm going to learn this, I'm going to figure it out, and I'm going to learn how to, so I can turn off all these morphs. And so that is the plan here. So we're going to try Alistair now. Let's find Alistair. Figures. There he is. We select Alistair. Then we can go here to this one. Here it says enable required morphs and open the file. How about we do that? It should load him very quickly. It should load him and the Genesis 8, now the new saved zeroed asset. No, see, I knew this. I knew my luck wasn't going to work. I knew my luck that I wouldn't have the same luck. So I did something wrong. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn the male morphs back on. I'm going to go through the process again, this time with a fresh scene, okay? I did something wrong, okay? It's just, so we're going to turn them, check them all again. Because if I load that more guy in, then I did something wrong. So we'll turn the eight male and female morphs back on. Then I'll close Daz, reopen it. Then we'll load the dev figure in. Because I had that scene. That scene might have been kind of all corrupted. I tried to convert characters and they crashed. There was all kinds of problems with that particular project. Okay, so those are on. We'll turn on the Genesis 8 female because I might have to do I don't know, but I might have to do the dev. I might have to re-zero the dev. I might have to do the Genesis 8.1, the Genesis 8, and the Genesis 8.1 dev. I might have to do the female and the same with all of those. If obviously if products are coming in and corrupting the Genesis 8 figure, that's not good. So okay, I gotta wait about 5, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's give it 10 seconds. All right, so that's not bad. Daz being able to start Daz back up in 10 seconds. There wasn't anything in there anyway, but okay, so now we go to 8, and that was down at the bottom. We're going to select figures. I guess we go to male, it'll even okay, there's the 8 starter essentials. Okay, we're going to go with the Genesis 8 basic male. I'm going to put this in. Now he won't have those. Now see, there's no animation thing happening too. There's no timeline thing, so we'll close the timeline. Hopefully it's not gonna okay. I did this wrong. I did something wrong. All right. All right. And it may be that the project was corrupt, that the Daz project was corrupt. Okay, so now we go into parameters. Now let me pull the, okay. To fix an ill-behaving more, any ill-behaving, do as follows. 1, load your basic figure into the, okay, or the developer version. Select show hidden properties in the parameters. Okay, so we go to parameters. That should already be set now. Show hidden properties. Okay. Drop down menu, right click. What was that? Preferences. Okay, show, okay, that, I'm not sure why it says right click there, but that's, okay, show hidden properties is a left click. Unless you're, okay, that's a left, right, so I'm not sure why it's, okay, 0 the figure, found in the parameters tab. Okay, which is here, 0 figure. We have it, oh, 0 selected items. That's what I did wrong. And click 0. All right, that's, okay, 0 the selected item. And then memorize the figure. Okay, so we're gonna, now this takes a moment. I remember that one. It seemed like it was zeroing it, but now it's selected. Okay, so it's just that works. Now, you'd think somewhere in here I'd need to turn off morphs, or, you know, I shouldn't have to uninstall Kahlan, you know. And I think I did. I went into the install manager. I tried to uninstall Kahlan from, like, my Daz library. And it was like, I think it was either still there or it just picked another figure to do the same thing with. Which was kind of weird. Or it was still there even though I uninstalled Kahlan, which, yeah. This is all very odd. Okay, so it takes a while for it to zero the figure. I wonder if it's like looking at the install files and saying, and this is a way of it like comparing with the install files. And we'll memorize the selected figure as well. I think they may have that same. Then it said file, save as, support assets, save modified assets. This takes a long time. Okay, that's done. Now we go up here to preferences, memorize selected items. Okay. Then we go file, save as, support asset, save modified assets. Whoa, now this time we have look at all of that. Now it took out a bunch of stuff. Mojo, nose, sneer. And I don't see a Lalo. And what else do we have here? Demon head. I don't see but I don't see Kahlan here. I don't see Mojo. A lot of Mojo stuff. "3D Universe." Crockett. I guess. All right. See, that was a lot simpler when you did it. Yeah. Like there was a lot. Yeah, I have a ton of stuff installed. That's why, you know, just 10,600 or 800. I'm probably up to nearly 800 assets. So we delete him now. And then we should be able to, all right, turn these. Okay, let's close this down so it can save it into its, let's just close it and see. I wonder if I should have done the dev load instead, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It loaded up pretty quick even with all those morphs. I think they were turned back on. Or maybe I didn't turn them back on. Let's see. I thought I turned them back on for Genesis 8 and the Genesis 8 female. Yeah, I did. Okay, so now we're going to uncheck all. Execute. Let's see what we have here. Can we fix this problem? Disabling these morphs. Okay, now we go here to Genesis 8, to figures, people, male, H, down to the bottom here. I could set this to be the opposite way, but Genesis 8 male. What happens? Come on, load in properly. No, I still have him mixed in there. Yeah, he's still mixed in with him. Yeah, Kahlan. We could turn him off, but that's what I have to do each time. There's something missing here. I'm doing something wrong here. See, I have Nico in there now too, but it's not enabled. Now that's my What if I zero it now? Okay. Okay, that's an idea. Okay. We would go to 0, selected item. Okay, that was a very good idea, CDJ, because it may just not have been 0 in Kahlan. Okay. Oh, I think there's one more down here. Oh, Kahlan, that one's 0. Okay, it may not have been. Yeah, that was a very good idea. Okay, and now we zero that. And now we go here to memorize the selected item. And then we go here to File, Save As, Support Asset. Okay, and it's listing Kahlan as a change. Accept. Okay. There's our, maybe our Genesis 8 is now fixed. Now we go here to bring Genesis 8 back in. What happens? I think this is, yes, that worked. Yay! Thank you, CDJ. You did it. You did it, my friend. Thank you. Now let me see if my dev has the same problem. The dev load. No, the dev load does not have the same problem. How about the Genesis 8 mail, 8.1 mail? Wow. Now that should transfer to all of the other figures. Okay, so what we have to do is modify now the Genesis 8.1, because the Genesis 8.1 is built upon the Genesis 8 mail. Okay, so that's why he doesn't have that problem anymore, because he's built. All right, so I'm going to go into these. All right, now to fix. Okay, so what you have to do is turn off your morphs. Okay, so that's the first. Okay, now how do I move this file from one computer to the next? I'd have to email it to myself. All right, what I'll do is I'll just go here to one. All right, to fix any ill-behaving morphs, do as follows. Load your Okay, first thing you do is turn off, disable Genesis 8 morphs in Morph Loader. Gen 8. Disable the Genesis 8 morphs in Morph Loader. Is 1, okay? MORPH, MORPHFs, morphs in Genesis Loader. Okay. Then place Genesis 8 figure, Genesis 8 base figure into, then place Genesis 8 base figure into the scene. Okay. Okay, that's already then. Okay, that's already there. That's step 2 is to base or the developer version. Okay, so that would be load your Genesis 8 figure or developer version. Okay, then 3 turn use sliders and remove and set okay, what was his name? Not I can't remember. Is it Kahlan or something? Not Kahlan, but Khalid or something. Set I'll just say Khalid K. It's something. It's not Khalid, but set Khalid and set Khalid morphs. Set all Khalid morphs to 0. Okay, then we'd select show hidden properties. Okay, so we save this, and that is the full. To fix, okay, so the first thing is disable Genesis 8 morphs in Morph Loader. Because he won't show up then. Kahlan, okay, H-A-L-A-N, thank you, K-A-H-L-A-N. I've seen that name a million times. So you'd think I'd remember it, but I am terrible with names. So then use the sliders and set all Kahlan morphs to 0. Then select show hidden properties and drop down menu, 0 the figure. Okay, and I 0 I'm going to write in selected because that's the way I did it. Full figure, and then memorize the selected figure. Drop down menus. Okay. Then, okay, show hidden properties in the drop-down menu. Then I would say, then select figure, then 0 the select. That's just to be sure. CT select CLE select the figure, base the figure, then 0 the selected figure, and memorize the selected figure. Okay, file, save as, support, all that is right. So, okay, we're here. Okay, so now we can bring in our other character. Okay, I'm sorry that took a while there to write. Now I'm back here. The mouse is moving. I was on another computer typing that because I copied it. My streaming computer is where the chat is. Okay, so I can delete this now, and I can now go to Alistair. And Alistair was getting his I just forgot that name again. Kahlan from the Genesis 8. He was inheriting it from the Genesis 8 base. So now we can go here to this right here, which was this one. Enable morphs in open file. So we click on that. And Alistair should come in without. There's Alistair now. Awesome. Now, okay, that makes me think that now I might be able to actually. Okay, I was thinking about this Jon Snow character that I couldn't convert. Here he is, Jon Snow for 8.1 figure. There were morph problems. So we do the same thing. We just enable morphs in open file. Come on, John. And there's Jon Snow without the Khalid morphs. That was also happening with, because they were, now that is so awesome to have these figures the way they're supposed to look. I mean, really, really, without any possible corruptions. So now we add the dev figure. We go to Genesis 9, dev load, because now the dev load isn't corrupted also, because that's been corrected. So now we select John and Genesis 9. Then we go to this to my favorites, character converter, custom character, accept. And I guess it would be 0. We'll go 0 this time. 0, whatever those are. Error converting morphs. See this? I've had this problem with this. Okay, we're going to try one more time here, and then we're not going to mess with that again. Okay, what we'll do, instead of this, we'll go like, okay, delete, escape, enter, delete, delete. We're just going to convert him. Favorites. Oh, see, I can't do that. Oh, what I can do now is add this inspector. New configuration from presets is I can find him and add him now as a custom things. So we go accept, enable morphs. Okay, I guess accept, and this would be John. I will do. I'll go over some of that stuff to add stuff. What you do, okay, is you right click on the figure here, like this John. Okay, you can't click on like this, like the upper part of the tree. You have to click on the asset itself, like this. Okay, and then you right click and you go category. Which one is it? Customize. Okay, create a custom action. And this little thing comes up. And the root menu, it would be, you would put your custom actions either in scripts or favorites. Okay, that's where you have two options, scripts or favorites. Okay, and then the sub menu would be like, you could Genesis 9, or it could be, well, I'll do this. We'll say 8.1. Okay, 8.1 figures. All right, and then we'll just call it John, and I'll say accept. Okay, a new custom action for John has been created, is available in scripts. Okay. So now we go up to scripts, okay, and now it says 8.1 figures, and there's John. And you can do that with any asset that you use a lot, okay. Now the way you get rid of them is you go into Windows, Workspace, Customize, okay, and I believe it's in this advanced thing. It might be here. No, it might be, oh, custom maybe here. No, it's... I always get main bar. Okay, see where it says scripts here? Yes, it makes it very easy because things that you access a lot, then you don't have to go through your smart content and click and go down through the trees and wait for things to load and all of that stuff. It's right there. I use that for things like lock the camera. Okay, so now if you can see this menu, you go into menu bars, and it's this thing at the top where it says menu bar, and there's your scripts. And so I could just take this 8.1 figures and remove item. I think, okay. Remove, oh, rename it. That was rename. Okay, if I can read here. Remove item. Gone. Okay, accept. Okay, and now up here in the scripts, that's gone. Okay, so you can fill the, so just make sure that you create a folder for the things that you want to use. I have one called Most Used, and a lot of things that that I use. Yeah, it's very, very helpful. Well, you just fixed my Genesis 8 characters, so I no more Kahlan in my figures. So, all right, what we're gonna do now? What I just did was, you see now, I created a custom. So now Daz sees this morph. His morphs are here, in here. So now, when it looks, it's going to find its morphs if I try to convert. So now I go to favorites, custom. Now I don't have to, I'm not trying to put the morphs onto a character. I'm just trying to create him outright. So Genesis, okay, this is 8 to 9. Okay, that's what we want. All right, let's try it. Character converter. Now I forgot all of this. Okay, I have to find John here. Okay, we got Tate selected. John. I think I've already converted him, but he didn't convert completely, and it took like 3 hours to convert him. This is why you have to turn off all of your morphs, or when you go to convert your characters. Okay, I don't know that he's in this list. Okay, what I would have to do is research this list. Okay, so add. So if I go just add files, I know he's down here. Hij John. Okay, there's John. Okay, now we're going to select him. Now it says convert, and when you put your mouse over top of this, it says convert selected and checked items. So if I have items checked there, it won't convert them because they're not selected. Okay, so let's see what happens. Will this work? The last time I tried to convert him, it took over 3 hours, then crashed. Okay, so this is another thing that Mesh Grabber is going to help us with. I mean, not Mesh Grabber, Turbo Loader. Okay, well, are you going to let us have that back? All right, we're going to just zero these, I guess. Execution completed. Say okay. Save that. Now, John should be a Genesis 9 figure. I don't trust that he is, but let's try putting some Genesis 9 stuff on him. I don't think that worked right because okay, we got by content, okay. Oh, I'd know if his eyes. No, see, would have this didn't work. Let's try again. Okay, maybe I have to restore instead of 0. Let's put John back in. Default, figures, John. Okay, we don't put him in, we just leave him like that, and we use that, and we go to favorites, character converter, Genesis 8 to 9. All right, why isn't he already here? So I think what I have to do is do another search here. We're going to do add directory, and we're going to go here to Genesis 8 male. Okay, people. Genesis 8.1 male. Let's try that. Select the folder. And now it's going to do a search. Let's see if John, no new characters files were detected. Okay, that's great. Let's see if John is here. John. We have 2 Johns now. Okay, one might be Genesis 8.1 and 8.1 might be okay. Now let's select him. Convert items. It says 8.1, okay. We should see it bring a character in here, Genesis 9 character in. John Beard, okay. All right, we're just gonna value 0 for this. Okay, we're gonna go restore instead of 0. That didn't work. What's this? Original? Okay. there's no information here like about which character this is. This definitely didn't work. Okay, so let's try the force convert. I have had some massive success with converting characters, and that's why I have a ton of morphs now that have worked. And I'm wondering about this John figure, whether if it's because he's got a beard and he's got other stuff on him, and where those are execution completed. Okay. This just didn't complete, okay, because this obvious, when I delete 9, that's the 9 dev figure, and this figure is not John. Okay, so, but the thing is that when I go here, let's type in John. And let's go to this whole thing here, default. Now I know that when I, in here, okay, so we're, I've just gotten kind of sidetracked here. I just want to double click 8 to 9 figures, okay. Somewhere here, I think I've got John. Elemental, okay. I know I have, see these figures all converted, okay, and these are some of my best figures is Alistair. So this is Alistair with Genesis 9 eyes, because I just replaced his eyes with Genesis 9 ones, and this is Bruce, one of my favorite characters, Buster, Blades of Grass, I don't know what that is, and but this is these are figures in here. They have they have this. There were scenes that I saved, but the figures are Genesis 9 figure. All of them in here are Genesis. Michael 4. I don't know that he got converted to Genesis 9. I don't know that you can convert him. Let's see. Go to favorites, character converter. No, just Genesis 8 and male and female to 9. So I'm not sure what. Okay, I think I have another folder here. 8 to 9 characters. Okay. So these were the ones created by the program. Okay, so now, okay, element HIJK. GH John. Okay, so let's see this. I think put this here because I have a folder telling it where to put these things. Okay, so now let's select John and see. Let's see if we can find this file. Copy, because it's going to want me to locate it. So we go to the Daz. We go to our Where's my, okay, my Daz 3D library. B. I bet that has the CTR, I bet that has to do with the beard. I bet the beard is what's... How often do you get a character that comes in with the beard on it already? You know, you add that later. It's like, why did you put the beard with the character? You know, it's like, and so you have to bring the character in and delete the beard. And that's maybe what I did wrong here, okay? Because, all right, so let's just go okay and let that search. See what happens. Maybe we can load this character without whatever that is. It might be the beard or something. If I bring John in, and sometimes I think that was a missing files. Okay, that doesn't look like John at all. Okay. All right. No, this looks like the dev. That's the dev. Okay, so, all right, we delete that. Now, I mean, these other figures here, like, let's bring in, these are ones that I've converted. And let's bring in one that okay, let's bring in Jet. This is Roy, I mean. Oh, he won't load because we don't have his, so it's going to say it can't find... All right, those, that's because we don't have them turned on. Okay, so we have to go into here, this Genesis 8 male. We'll just turn them on. We'll just turn everything on for now. Check all. Okay, what happened to you? All right, now execute. Roy, Casper, and Marcus. Okay, these are... these were definitely created by character creator. And I don't know about him, but these were created by character because I didn't put these images here. So character creator took the character and automatically created these. Okay, so we enabled them. Now we should be able to bring Roy in now. No, Roy dot. So he's going to come in the same way. All right, let's see if where this file, let's see if we found this. Okay, it didn't find the file. Let's see. Let's try this in just looking through this whole thing here. See, I know the character creator works. It just doesn't work on some figures. All of those I was able to, now I've done something to make them not work. This is my Daz 3D. Okay, these characters. 8 to 9 figures. Okay, there. All right, let's delete Roy. This is Alexander. Oh, this is so weird. Morphs. Oh, I know what's wrong. We don't have... I've turned off the Genesis 9 morphs. These are Genesis 9 figures. And that is what's wrong, okay? And so they're missing their morph files. Okay, so we check all, execute. Okay, now all those other figures should work. And I could use the same, when I load them, I could use this inspector and it would find the Genesis 9 morphs and turn those on singly. Okay, but we'll just turn them all on. So, okay, we have this. Now we can go back to this one. My Genesis 8 to 9 characters. And let's put in Alistair. Let's put in Roy again. See, all of these have been converted. Yeah, of course I did something. I turned off their morphs. And these aren't all of my figures. This is Roy. He should load in now. I might have to restart. This, I don't think I do. There's only certain instances where you have to restart. And I don't think it's to turn them back on, enable them. Now we're not getting that error message, at least not yet. Okay, and where is Roy? Now it takes a while because we have all the morphs on. Now the thing is Roy's got some, this is one of the problems with this. You just, it's not that hard. You have to turn off their HD morphs because Genesis 8, the converter doesn't work with HD morphs. So you go to currently used, okay, and you turn off the Roy HD head and the Roy HD body. And there's something else here, maybe the mouth realism. No, there's another, okay, this Roy HD here and the navel HD. Well, that's got to be, you've got to have some of that. Okay, and that right there, my friends, is Roy. And I can tell, I know Roy. Okay, we want the navel. Okay, so now we can go up here actually and turn back off these hidden parameters. Okay, and the eye look and the HD. Okay, so this is Roy. We just have to turn down some of this HD Roy until he looks about right. And the thing is that Roy doesn't have any skin because he needs Genesis 9 skin. Well, let's check. See, he has no skin because he's a Genesis 9 figure now. And I know Roy's face. That is Roy. And the thing is that I know because he's got very thin lips. And so his eyes are a little bit out of the Roy head. We can give him some more of the head and some more of his body. Yeah, that's Roy. It's beautiful. Now we just take some of this HD down again. Yeah, there's Roy. And so we give him some more of the head. I don't know if you can take all of it, but that is Roy. And so now we go here to our Genesis 9 figures. And what we can do is we could also run the script here, now here with the favorites. Go to Material Suit, and we're going to go 8.1 Material Suit for Genesis 9. We could take this 8 Material Suit. For Roy, he's Genesis 9, but we can now put his a material suit on him. And then we go here to Roy. So this converter does work. I am proof that it works. And now here we go to products, and we look up Roy, and we have to go and unselect this. And we find Roy here. what did I do? Okay, he's right in the middle of my, okay, double click. And we want all mattes, but you select that, then you come up in here to favorites again, and you go to material suit, and you select that. Oh, we have to select the bodysuit. Male suit. Now we try it again. Unknown figure in hierarchical material preset, duff. Yeah, he was one of mine also. Yeah, he snagged me. Yeah, Roy was and I've used him in many, many scenes, and I've also blended his face into many things. So why isn't this working? Favorites. What have I done here? Done something wrong. The male suit. Oh, I know what I've done wrong. Okay, he is already a Genesis 9 figure. So I don't think he needs, I think we can just put this on the male suit. No, not like that, Z. On Roy, maybe. Z, no, that's not how you do this. You take... So Z, let's get rid of the male suit. Okay, eyelash suit, eye suit, mouth suit. What happens? Okay, it's not going to let me put this on him. No, he is set right now to use Genesis 9 skin. So I'll figure out why he won't take the male suit for now, but we can now... It looks like he still has his original eye color, but they have been converted to PBR, which Roy's eyes have never looked that nice. Look how nice those eyes look. And so what we do is just find another, any Genesis 9 figure. We go here to figures, people, and come on. All right, now we've got all the, we'll give him John skin materials. This is flirting with disaster. All right, so here we go. We don't need this timeline open right now, but we'll wait. So now this is a Genesis. Okay, Z, I think I did it wrong. I know I did it wrong. So what I have to do... I think I have to select the material suit. No, there is no material suit. Okay, let's try this. Go to favorites, character, favorites, material suit. This is a Genesis 9. Okay. That's supposed to just work on him. Let's pick another figure. because he literally is just a Genesis 9 figure with the morphs. And I think the eyes, let's see, try Arno's skin. There's something completely like off about Jon Snow. Why did they give us Jon Snow as a Genesis 8-1 figure, and we're right in the middle of a Genesis 9 thing? You know? That is odd, isn't it? There's something kind of messed up with Jon, with the whole... Now, you see, this worked. Oh, Jon Snow's skin didn't work on him because he's not Genesis 9. What am I thinking, okay? So the Genesis 9 skin worked right. This is Roy with Arno's skin, okay? So, but now, and I think I was trying to apply... I have not yet adopted 9, to be honest. I would have to spend a lot of money to catch up. I prefer 8-1 still. You see, and Cherry, that's fine, but I would at least convert your 8-1 skins using this PBR Skin product. Yes, use 8-1, but just convert their skin to PBR, which looks like, look at this skin. Just compared to how kind of red and just the old skins don't look. Roy has never looked this real to me ever. This is just amazing, and I would say this skin is a little bit. So you just take Roy and you just go to our favorites, and we go back to our PBR Skin. And give him a little bit of roughness on his skin. Yeah, so we just give him a little roughness here. Bring this up. They take forever. And this glossy rough is all the way up. There's probably, why is that up all the way? But I would say that, where did that go? I would say this has got to come down some. It just shows you that these aren't always set right. Except, and I would say that Roy's eyes, I don't think his eyelashes are fitting him properly. Maybe they are. Let's see. Because he's probably got Roy's old eyelashes. Yeah, see, they're not. So we have to get rid of the 8 eyelash. And the eyes are fine. We might want to just resize them a little bit, but we want to put 9 eyelashes on him. And we also want to give him the 9 tier. So he already has the 9 tier, but we would go, and I keep these in my scripts, the 9 eyelashes. So we put the eyelashes here, and then we select the eyelashes, and I keep my favorite eyelash preset here as well, which is the straight style. There, now he's got eyelashes that actually fit the contour of his eyes. Now you always have to, with these figures, resize, move around and resize their eyes. So you do that in here and up. See, so they're just too small. So you go to surfaces, parameters, and select the eye, and I usually go 120. It looks awful big, but that's usually enough to just fit that eye in there perfectly. Now the iris is too big, so you have to go and set that, but 120. And that is a morph, which you would have to have turned on prior to putting. That's a morph that I would add to your Genesis 8, so they're always loaded. Okay, so but now you go here to, this is the eye suit, and you have to select the eye suit and then go to parameters here and type in iris. And this is a product, general, which would be currently used. No, where is this in parameters? Why aren't they showing up? Oh, we're in parameters, yeah. All right, okay, now thinking. Maybe it's in here under this, under Roy. Iris. Iris size smaller. See, that's not working. For some reason, my missing my eye suit. Now, okay, I know it's wrong. Okay, see, I have the Genesis 8 eye suit. Okay, so we take the eyes out, and what we do is we go here to, I have it in my scripts also, the Genesis 9 eyes, because I'm looking for a Genesis 8 morph, okay? And so now we have the Genesis 9 eyes in there. We select the 9 eyes. Then we can go here and take any Genesis 9 figure, use their eyes, and look at that. Now we go here. Okay, but those eyes still look too big. So now what I can do, because I remember I resized them, but they look too big. So what you do is you just go now into parameters, Genesis 9 eyes. You select the eye suit, iris, and there's a product here, this VinMe. It's a VinMe morphs. You have to buy them. Okay, and we want iris size. And I have to go into, okay, one of these makes them, one way makes them smaller. Okay, you make them smaller like that, as small as you can get them. And there you go, let's see. They're still too big. And so what I think you can do is you can go into this right here, parameters, and see where it says use limits, turn that off. And I think you can make them a little smaller, not much, but just a little bit smaller. And that's about it. Yeah, I wish it allowed you to make them smaller. I think his irises are supposed to be a little smaller than that as well, but it works, okay? So he's in a dark room. So there is, you see, this figure looks so much more realistic. Now, and it's mostly the skin, okay? But I would say this figure is, it's like night and day, okay? Now, we take off this, now why, okay, why it didn't let me use the, okay, so because what I can do now is go into favorites in this character. We go to what is it, material suit, and I should be able to add this material suit, and it will cover over the Genesis 9 skin. Now we have this male suit. We should be able to put Roy's skin on. Smart content. we should be able to put his skin on here. Oh no, it doesn't do it like that. Z. We use this. We select it and we go into favorites, material suit. Unknown figure. This is okay. Let's try this. Favorites. It might be because this is not part of their library of figures. This is a custom character now. So we just get rid of the male suit again and we go back to Genesis 9. That did something weird to the eyes and eyelashes. Okay, we have an eye suit 9. Not sure what that just did to everything, but eye suit. I tried to put his eyes on the Genesis 9 eyes. Genesis 8 eye suit. Genesis 8 eyelashes. Angus, you have a good night. You have a good night, my friend. Thank you for hanging with us for 4 hours and watching. Thank you very, very much. Much, much, much appreciated. So we're going to get rid of the mouth suit. We're going to get rid of everything, the Genesis 9 tier. And then let's put this bodysuit on him again. Thank you, Angus. Very nice of you to be here with us. Very nice. Always lovely having you here. Have a good night. Good night, my friend. So, okay, we're going to try putting this on with everything gone. All right, so now we just have the male 8 suit, eyelash, mouth. Okay. Now this should all go on with this. Okay, so you select that and you go to favorites and you do this. Wow, what is wrong? And this is weird because this has all the Genesis 9 stuff. The spine, it's got all of that here. We got the Genesis 9 tier. Why is that still here? All right, let's try this now. Let's try a different character's skin. All right, Leroy. Let's try his skin. Tattoos remove. He's Genesis 8. There's Draenor skin. Favorites. There we go. Something up with Roy's skin. Look at that. Look at Roy. Very nice. So yeah, see, this is Genesis 9 with Genesis 8 skin. And then we can take this, maybe we can convert this skin so we go to the bodysuit. I think it's already, where's the male suit? I think it's already PBR. Because when it brings that Genesis 8 skin to this figure, but let's look and see what the surface is. I don't know for sure what, I think when you have these lobes here, specular lobes and all, I think that means PBR, but I'm not positive. But let's just look at the face. And okay, we have a translucency. And that is Draken face, and then the other one says, Draknor face. So they both have the same image for translucency and for So that tells me it's not been converted to PBR. Okay, so what I can do now is go up here to our favorites, to our PBR Skin, and because they have the same map, we want to create a to use this script, select the Genesis 8 or 819 figure that doesn't currently use the PBR Skin. So this is using the PBR Skin. So this did convert the Genesis, but the only thing it doesn't do is what's really nice with it. Now maybe we could select Roy and try this again. PBR Skin, and we want to create a transparency. It says it already has PBR Skin. So what we could do is take this. It's already got all the stuff, but what we can now do is, since it's got PBR Skin, we can go to our roughness. Okay, skin, not gamma, roughness, skin. And we can take, now I think in order to adjust this, because when I go, all right, we go to roughness here. I think it's going to adjust the skin underneath, but let's see. We should be able to tell if it's okay. We'll just click accept. But let's now try to do this with, because it looks like his skin is still shiny to me. So we're going to go to male suit, go favorites, PBR Skin, and let's go to roughness. All right, so this one, it's saying that it doesn't have the PBR Skin shader. Material suit. Okay, PBR Skin. So it doesn't seem like this works with this. Doesn't currently use the PBR Skin shader. All right, so we can come down here and manually adjust the roughness. We can just do it here like this. And this one, lobe 2. Now we have some beautiful, see, it doesn't have all that roughness, that shine, that like way too much shine. And I think we can adjust the ratio. This, we put it about in the middle. Dual lobe weight. Okay, we could take this glossy color and just darken it a little. That's the gamma, I think. Darken the glossiness. It doesn't seem to be working. Male suit. Glossy layered weight. Okay, I have another trick. It might work. It's this, I'm quite sure his skin is PBR. It might work, this might work, but I think when I change this Roy skin, it's because this is a suit that's laid over top. So he literally has like two skins, but it does turn the skin off underneath, so there's not two, and a lot of this is coming from the gray. So we're going to go manager, and we're going to look for a utility from sickle yield. She comes up almost in every. Okay, this is the utility. Her light was in like now it's deselected, so it doesn't work with this male suit. She is very nice, yes, and also she's a very kind voice when you listen to her her tutorials. Just very nice people, very nice people. So yeah, and she's a great artist. I mean, when it comes to all of the like VDBs that she's created and all of the different transparencies, like all the magic transparencies and stuff, that is like massive, like delicate artwork. I have like zero of that ability, and she's very smart. A medical field background, well, I wouldn't doubt it. She's incredibly technical about her skills. So yeah. So this, I can't seem to figure out how to get the shine. Okay, so we're going to go back to surfaces here. There's just, this is all, this bodysuit is just another kind of skeletal thing. Okay, surfaces. There's something here. Glossy input, layered weight. Let's just drag some of these up and down. And okay, what if we bring this ratio way up and down? No. Okay, specular reflectance tint. Could this be our tint here? Let's go to white and let's bring this down. Oh, that's just on. Oh, I know what's happening. Z, okay. All of these changes that I made here, because I just have his face selected. And so we had very low. Okay, so I think we can kind of work with this. Now we go to this. You have to select his arms, ears, face, legs, lips, torso, and I guess toenails, fingernails. Eye socket, we don't have to adjust the shine on that. So now we can select these, the roughness, and what's this weight here? We take this and go to white. We've got a green color. And well, that really affected the lips. And now we can bring this down a little bit. The ratio, the glossy layered weight. Okay, let's just bring this way down, like here. Okay. And we could bring this reflectance back up to white. Specular weight. Reflectivity. Okay, I think I like this back down in here. Now this is doing all of it. Then you could do the lips separately. But glossy color. This is where we bring this color down here. Okay. I think that's kind of passable, but he might have looked better right out of the box when we put the color on. So, yeah. Now the thing is that when I selected Roy here, let's try this. We have this skin manager here. I think when I change this skin, because this one it'll load with, but I don't think it's changing his skin color. Let's change this, just do something radical. No, see, it's changing the skin underneath. What a crazy kind of thing. All right, so if we were to turn off this bodysuit. Well, it just turned completely everything off. So it's not changing the bodysuit. It's not changing it loaded as if it was a figure, but it's changing some. Oh, I think the bodysuit underneath the skin. Yeah, the skin has been hidden. Okay, the old skin. So this is just to change this, you have to go into the surfaces here, and part of it is that he's in a gray world, okay, and transmitted color. Okay, this top coat color is white. We bring that. That's what it is. That's what this is the top coat, and I think lips, if we go to the lips, we can go to the top coat glossiness and bring that down. And where would the top coat weight? We bring this way down. Top coat color, we can bring that darker. Well, okay, this might be top coat roughness. Is there a roughness? No. Top coat weight. And see, as you go down these, base bump, as you go down these, they go on top of each other. The further down, each layer goes on top of the previous layer. Sorta, kinda, that's how these all work. Now we go to the glossiness. Oh, these say glossiness. This isn't, that's glossiness. Okay, so this is just the opposite. I was thinking of roughness. That doesn't say roughness, it says glossiness. Okay, it's just the opposite of what I thought it was. So we can take these now, this skin here, the legs, toenails, torso, fingernails, face, ears, arms, and we bring the glossiness down. That's what we were doing wrong here. And we can bring it down. Oh, that says roughness. Isn't that weird? That's the opposite of... Why did they switch like that? The lips are glossiness. You want them a little bit glossy. And then the legs, these are roughness. Toenails, are they glossiness as well? Roughness, okay. And fingernails, okay, so face. All right, why? I thought I changed that map to a lighter color. Lips. Okay, toenails. Yeah, so the base color. So these have different, so because like the face has this reflectance tint. It's like not everything got switched. So we go to roughness here on the face. Okay, that just took out some of that shine on the face. Now how about the torso? Go to roughness and bring that up. Okay, this is the way to turn that up. Let's do a low. Okay, that's kind of working too. It still looks so shiny. I don't know what in the heck is causing this. Let's take and put a different skin on and see if we can. We go to figures, arrive at something. So when you bring this skin over, it does convert the Genesis 8 skin to PBR. So we have to find a Genesis 8 figure. That's what this is for. Alex Capital has a huge scar. Let's put Michael's skin on him. Oh, he's 8-1. I don't know. You can't use 8-watt skin on an 8. I'd have to switch the male suit. Okay, we could take the male suit off. Now his skin's going to be all weird because it turns it back on. 8 eyelash suit, 8 eye suit, 8 mouth suit. Okay, now let's go here to Roy. Let's put the 8-1 suit on. Material suit, 8-1 male. Eight-one males already have PBR. Not all of them, I don't think. And there might even be a few Genesis 8 figures that were given PBR skin. But okay, so we have this now. And we have the 8, so we want to change the eye suit. Let's just leave all of that for now. We'll select the Roy, and then we'll find a Genesis 8-1 figure. I had one I wanted to use, and I wanted to use Michael 8-1. 8.1. Where's Michael? Probably went by him. Let's just type in Michael. And we'll get there he is. Materials. Oh, that's not how you do it. I keep forgetting. Z. You select it and you come up here to this. Okay, this is now Michael 8-1 on. That looks pretty good. He doesn't have the shine problem. And I wonder why. Maybe because it started out with PBR skin. Let's get rid of this timeline. Okay. But there again, I don't think Michael's skin, I've ever seen it look that good. Now, the eyes have a problem. They're not that bad, but they're a little bit glossy or something. And there again, you can, but these are Michael's eyes, and you can just select directly on the eye suit and change them. And I would say that has something to do, maybe they didn't get changed, I don't know. But it's so strange seeing Roy's face with just another skin completely. Genesis 8 skin on a Genesis. See, and now, right now, I can take Roy here with this skin and put all the Genesis 9 clothes on him, Genesis 9 hair, Genesis 9 everything on Roy. So we can just come right in here now, get rid of this. And we can go to hair, short. I can also put on this. There are some issues with bodysuits, putting in another bodysuit over top of this bodysuit. Okay. In fact, I'll show you that right now. We go to body. And we go to select. Now, I don't think, now if I select this male suit, and I try to put the bodysuit on that, now this right here, this hair here, this is a bodysuit hair. It's painted hair. And we go here to this. We find the bodysuit. Where would this be here? Body shell. I don't think it's going to let me put that on like that. No, see, that didn't work. Go Z. It kind of did. Let's try the, no, but you see then the face. So, but it will let me put it on the Genesis 9 figure like that. But what happens is you end up with it like with these spots showing through. But what you can do is select the bodysuit. Then you put the hair on it. Okay, and you say, well, that kind of looks like it works. But you can see that there are spots where it doesn't work. You see where, and then if I take the bodysuit, see, I've done these things. Oh, nice. Nice, your animation finished. Wow. Amazing. Lovely. Very awesome. I hope your fingernails don't come out like mine did on. So this is awesome how this works here. But so what do we do? Well, you take the shell and you go to something I told you I use every scene several times. You go to Mesh Grabber and you click here on the shell. Why didn't that work? Oh, I got the node brush. Let's try Mesh Grabber. Okay, here. Okay. Well, we could take this male suit, 8-1 male suit, and select that and just push it in a little bit in these spots. See how that worked? And most of these spots you can't even really see, but I see a few here. So we're just pushing, and it doesn't matter how far you kind of push the male suit in. Well, you don't want to push it in too far, or if you turn it sideways, you're going to see that there's a big kind of space there. Just pushed it in. So you have to go in here and mess with the skin. And if you push too much, you're going to notice a big spot where you pushed it too far. Where their skin kind of has a dent in it. So, but, and you got some problem. And you've also got another possible way of doing it is where you select this shell here. You do the big spots like that. And then you come here to surface, to parameters. And you have a morph for the shell. And it says offset. Okay, this offset distance. Yes, it does but it will only work with non-deforce hair, okay? Mesh Grabber and Geometry Editor don't work with deforce hair because deforce hair, now get it, isn't a, doesn't have any geometry. How that works, I don't know. But I'm going to just bring him down so we don't have, we're not, so we're keeping it good here on for the community. Okay, so we're going to try this with a 4. And notice how that brought that out again. So you just bring this up, keep bringing this up until until it covers. But the problem is that eventually you'll start seeing the hair peeling off the, coming off the arms. Like you'll see the bodysuit. See how there's like a little layer there? But it kind of makes it look like a layer of hair that's sitting, and which kind of helps the fact, because this is all painted on. This is a painted thing. So you got to get a happy medium between using Mesh Grabber and also then just coming in here and working with these spots where you just then go back to the male bodysuit. So it's going to take a little bit of tedious work because you're trying to put a suit over top of a suit. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And you don't have to worry about the suit underneath because that's hidden. But you have to worry about the suit underneath. Now let's get rid of this suit shell, the hair shell. But what really works nice is the other hair. This one right here. This is like the creme de la creme. This is the best hair that's ever been made for any ever. Okay, this is the best hair that's ever been made for any figure ever. And you just put it all on like this. And you have to wait until it snaps to him. And, of course, this hair is snapping to the figure underneath. You have to wait until it snaps. It hasn't snapped yet. It's going to the skin underneath, but you can't tell. It's just because it's just a little bit embedded down into his skin. You have to wait until it actually snaps to his body. But this hair gives you all kinds of functionality. The thing is that I think it was N Cherry has not adopted to Genesis 9. The thing is you already have Genesis 9 figures. And what I'm doing here is I'm using a couple of utilities. I'm using the character converter, and I'm using the PBR Skin, the material suite, which comes with the character converter. If you get the I think the bundle. And I'm using this PBR Skin, and all of my Genesis 8 figures I'm using with Genesis 9, and this Genesis 9 you can auto fit Genesis 8 clothing to it, But these things like this hair here, now I can take and say, well, if I say, well, this hair is too, it's too strong. Well, I just go into the torso and into surfaces here, and I just bring the cutout opacity down. And look at that hair. Look at the realism of this hair. And this hair comes with underarm hair. It comes with nose hair. So you can say, okay, well, that underarm hair, the armpit hair is too much. We'll just bring the opacity down. And look at that hair. It's just the most realistic hair. And you say, well, the arms are too strong. You just put it on and you just lower the opacity, the cutout opacity to where you want it, and you're done. You're done. It's just like, that's it. You don't have to. It's just, I've had to fuss and fuss with Genesis 8 hair. Okay, the legs. We got nostril hair, and you also can put on vellus hair comes with this. You can have little peach fuzz hair. So you just bring it down. Plus, not only can you bring all the cutout down and just kind of have it, and you've got colors and all, but you can also, you have all of these settings in, I think, for the parameters. Okay, shin, leg thigh width, leg shin, okay, surfaces. Where are all of the base color? Yeah, this doesn't have a lot of parameters to change the leg hair. Okay, leg hair. Okay, but like the direction and the the angle. Let's see what angle. I don't know that this works. I don't think that does. I think that's the angle of the, yeah, that's the angle of the image that's over the hair. Z. And you have other colors and stuff. Now, just because to me this leg hair like is a little bit long. I think there were some things like for length. Let's see if we have some. This is the vellus hair for the face. Materials, apply to hair, apply to vellus. Okay, and now we have different colors for body hair blonde. I think you just put it on and now the legs hair will be blonde. So I'm not really thrilled with the way this is looking on the legs, and I thought there was a way to change this hair. Apply all vellus to torso and legs, and body hair, legs. Okay, so we could take the leg hair off here, and then now the thing is that we have another hair thing for Genesis 9. It's right here. Now this one, okay, legs. So we go here, and this gives you a million options, but this, I believe, is D-Force hair, which, okay, we have to wait till it snaps again. There it goes. And it goes on pretty heavy, but then what you can do is you go into this surfaces hair. I may have had the wrong thing selected here. Let's go to like arms hair. No, it just comes up with arms. Okay, so we go into leg hair, and then this one is, now this is strange too. Okay, parameters. thinner strands, thinner tips, legs regrowth. Okay, so you can take the grow this hair, and you can, and that's a novel thing. I've never seen that in. And then thinner roots, thinner strands, thinner tips. So we can go thicker or thinner hair. So you don't have to use, and thinner tips. You don't have to use thinner strands. You don't have to rely completely on like cutout opacity. So it's just two options that are really, really good. The only thing with, I believe with this hair, one of these hairs, I don't believe you can use geometry editor. Like, what if you put a pair of shorts on him and the shorts come down here and you don't want the hair coming through? Well, we go to geometry editor here. And what happens when we, okay, we, selection mode, lasso. We go here. See, that lets me select that hair, which means that I could hide it. Now we right click, visibility, hide selected polygons. So now you have it hidden so it doesn't pop through. Now that's the body hair, but now this top hair, the arm hair, arms, we select this. Okay, it looks like that selected that also. So you eat both of these, you can actually trim and cut pieces out. And that's why what I was going to say, see about handy for fitting hair under hat. You don't fit the hair under the hat, you generally, unless if it's deforced, then you got to do something. If you can deforce, you just can't fit under a hat because it's not geometry. So you can't use geometry editor and you can't use mesh grabber on it because it's not geometry. Like with these particular pieces here, these are actual geometry. So I could take like the leg hair, and I could use mesh grabber and grab this piece here and just, oh, maybe not, I don't know, but let's try. Okay, this one's not letting me, okay. But what about the armpit? I think the arms will. Yeah, see now the arms, so one of them has a little odd thing where it's not going to let you, but I could pull this like right way away from the body or push it down in. As you can see now, if I pull this up and over a little bit, you'll see that I pulled that layer of hair right away from their body. So this one way to kind of sink the hair right into their body if you want to, and so it's not so long. You can do all kinds, but the leg hair doesn't seem to want to allow me to do that, which tells me it's a different kind of critter. Just won't let me as soon as when I try to click on it. Oh, there it goes. So you have to actually get a piece of hair. And then you can see you can pull this. So these both allow you to pull the whole mesh out because they're not deforce, which is very, very, very helpful because theoretically you could also take these and shrink them so that they kind of go into, so we undo that and undo the one up top. And let's take these leg things and go to parameters and legs. And if we scale it, we just go down to 99. See, that just brought them all, that sucked that hair into the body a little bit. 98. And so now it's not quite as long. So that's another option with this, but it does kind of throw off the hair in a way. It doesn't work perfectly. And so you might want to then move it around a little bit, or use mesh grabber and push it in with a big piece of mesh grabber, big round thing of mesh grabber. But it kind of pushed it towards the back. So you might want to pull this whole mesh ahead a little bit. Let's see what happens when we go translate Z. Can we actually translate it ahead? No, it's not, because it's parented to the body, and it's using it looks like it pulled it ahead, but I don't think it did, no. And so we go here back to 0. But what we could do here is increase our, I don't see it here, but we could go here to create, edit, object, geometry, and we would want to go to sub D. No, it's smoothing. And then you can come down here into this and raise the iteration. So you don't want to go more than 5 here. And Roy is a collision item. And just kind of make it smooth better to the body, but it's not working really. So there's usually another, okay, smoothing iterations, okay, and collision iterations. So it's not really smooth. I threw it off too far. And there's also sub D, create, edit. I don't know if we have convert to sub D. And that just gives it a little bit more geometry within it to smoothen it a little bit. That didn't really help much to pull that, because I by resizing it, but I could definitely use mesh grabber on this now, just to push those areas in. Like to go to mesh grabber. Oh, and this is part of probably the reason here why some of this isn't looking right. So, but let's go to 10. And now we can just pull this in. Now I see that is at least pulled in a little more. We go again, legs. Mesh grabber is amazing. Oop. Okay, so we're that's Roy. You've got to get a piece of hair. So, all right, well, that's enough of this kind of, but this is working with Genesis 9 hair. Now, I'll also show you where we'll just take the leg hair off. Let's just take this all this hair off so that I can work with the figure a little bit better. Let's put some pants on him. We'll go to scripts. Now I can put Genesis 9 clothes on him. Okay, if I were to actually select him. All right, here we go. Roy. These are Genesis 9 pants. They go right on without any issue. Okay, and And also you can put Genesis 8 clothes on him. Now, also you can use Genesis 8 hair on him, okay? And because of auto fit, you can also use Genesis 8 body hair on him because of auto fit. So we go to body, we go down here to some of our body hairs, like he's got body hair. Let's use his chest hair. And it's just going to ask and say, Genesis 8 male, accept. And there's the Genesis 8 body hair. Now, it doesn't always work perfect, but it works pretty darn good. And remember, we have a bodysuit on top of this, and it's still working really nicely. So, and then we can just apply the colors and all of that stuff to it. Chest hair, materials, we could go with, I don't know that we have a light colors, materials for this. Can't put the tattoos on, I don't believe. No, that's one thing that you can't do, I don't believe. If we try this material, it might take layers. Let's see. Let's see. This is Genesis 8. We have a Genesis 8 one. It'll take a moment. Look at that. See, this did work. This is a Genesis 8 tattoo, but part of it's missing. And that's because Genesis 8.1 and Genesis 8 don't align. So we would have to use a Genesis 8.1 Genesis 8.1 tattoo kind of thing. Now this is 8.1. He's got tattoos, I think. Let's see, body. Tattoos, arm, apply. Let's see if this works. Oh, we just lost our our material suit. Okay, Z. I deleted the whole material suit. I have to go in and delete the actual. Okay, we can just undo. Okay, now we got the material suit selected. Let's try putting this layered tattoo on. This is a Genesis 8. This might actually apply correctly. That looks like it did. Yeah, because it went up where the arm creases, where it meets. So they blended together. So yeah, there's just a lot. There's really there's not a lot of reason to not go with Genesis 9, because what you end up with is a very realistic figure with the PBR textures. And now I'm going to show you how to fit hair under a hat. Let's find a cowboy hat. Roy was a young cowboy riding the range alone. That's one of my songs. All right, cowboy hat. Let's go to default hat. Okay, hat. I want to find one that looks kind of like a hat. Well, it's lone cowboy hat. Let's find this. Okay, here it is. We'll put this on, see if it'll fit him. All right, we got a cowboy hat here. And it's a little bit small, so we'll just bring it up a little bit. And that would be Roy. Where's the cowboy hat? Hat. And we're going to go to parameters. And let's bring this scale it up just a tiny bit. Where we got to select the hat. Okay, here we go. And brim expand. I guess this would be it. No, not the brim. I'd like to bring that brim in a little bit. Okay, and we're going to go to head expand. Just enough to cover his head. Okay, now let's fit his hair in there. Okay, so we're going to give him some long hair. Okay, I just like really expanded this on the side. So what I usually do with this is I'll bring mesh grabber in and push the hat in and use mesh grabber to fit the hat right against his head. What we could also do is like when we look in the back. Okay, so, okay, head expand, crown, brim expand. Okay, so they don't give us ways of bringing the sides in, which would be really nice to have. With this would have been some side crown expand, which would be the top, brim expand, which brings the sides out. They're nice. I just think that bringing the sides in would have been nice because it looks really wide on him. So let's just use mesh grabber here, tools. Still got mesh grabber on. We can go out of iRay. All right, let's get up here. See what we're doing here. I can't see which way these are. Okay, it's the red one. Let's bring it here. We'll bring the back in. Okay. Where's the blue one? Okay, there's one side. Now, gotta pull this out a little bit. Okay. See, I could have just used mesh grabber in the first place rather than using their morphs. Okay, but that's, now we got a spot here in the back. Let's get it more centered. Okay. That's how you fit the hat, okay? It looks like we got it. Now it looks like I still got a huge spot here. Yeah, so we go select the hat again. I'm going to make this a little smaller, 7. All right, there it is. We got a spot here. Okay. See, I couldn't do my work without mesh grabber. So now we've got this hat really tight against his head. But what do we do now with his? I could bring it in a little bit more, maybe here. A tiny bit, okay. But now we could put some hair on him, and it's like the hair is definitely going to stick through, right? So here we go. That's why we pulled it tight, so we could show really how the hair is going to stick out through. So we go now hair. We'll go get him some long hair. Roy. Get rid of the hat. And I think we'll go with, now you can't do this trick with D-force hair, okay? And a lot of long hair is D-force. Okay, so you have to do it with non-D-force hair. We're in files here. Let's try this because that doesn't look like it's D-force. Genesis 9, okay, so we'll go give him this hair. All right, now we got it sticking all out like that. All right, so what we do is we go here. We go to Geometry Editor. Okay, and we right click and make sure we have the lasso selected. We just come in here like this. And we have to select the hair. I trimmed that so well just to have to. And you right click, geometry selection, geometry visibility, hide selected polygons. And there you go. Now you see I cut it too far. So you have to be real careful about your, and I don't think Control Z doesn't work. Edit, let's redo whatever I just undid. It was probably the mesh grabber, one of the mesh grabber things, redo polygon selection. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go here to geometry visibility and show all polygons. Okay, so they're back again. Then what I can do is come in here and hold the, go back to geometry editor. Okay, we're on there. Hold the control, hold alternate, I think unselects areas. Yeah, see that kind of worked, but now we still have a little bit showing here. The object is not to like mess it up and catch the other side. So the way you do it is you come up at an angle like this. So you're not okay, I just unselected that. We got to go back to control, which is to select. And then you go here to alternate, and then I can turn it this way and kind of unselect some of this in here. Okay, we didn't do it too well, so we'll do it again. All right, we got a little bit more. Can I do it this way? Now, if I do it this way, it's going to select all the way through, unselect the top, but then I might be able to still get by just selecting it again on the top. We don't mind if we're missing a little bit. See this, I just unselected that, but now I can hit this control and reselect that area. And then we come up in here, we got to do this again. We're going to go way up like this. And go alternate. I'm going to grab this like in here. Okay, now we just unselected a whole bunch of it. Now you want to turn this up like this to grab that. Control. It's not that hard to do this. It's not really that hard. And then, okay, that's, and you might end up with a couple of little pieces that show, but they won't really, you might be able, you can probably get by without seeing them. They're just there, but you don't really notice them there. Okay, and then you might have a few pieces that, like this right here, is going to show for sure. So we have to. Okay. See how that works. All right, and I think that's going to work. Now we right click. Geometry visibility, hide selected polygons. And that still looks terrible. We got to come in and do some more. So we're going to go here like this. Okay. And you got to get really good at this. Hide. Now, what would be nice if you could just like eventually delete all of this? But from about here, I can still kind of see it. So you have to kind of work with it. Now, the thing is that if you were to take the hat, well, let's try and trim some more of this. Okay, hide. Okay, that's a good another chunk of it gone. And then another little chunk. Visibility, hide. See, and there's it's from the side, it's still okay, you know, it's still looking. It all depends on the hair and how many points they put in the hair. That allows you to do this. And if they put enough points in the hair, like dividing the hair into each strand into enough points, visibility, hide, selected polygons, then you can do most of it. And then it might help just to take the hat. Yes, you can not only unhide it, but you just right click and it says geometry visit and unhide. It says show all polygons and they'll all come back. But you can also delete them. But sometimes when you delete them the hair goes like, it blows up like D-force. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll try to delete them after I'm done and see if they'll delete, because what'll happen is when you save your scene and then you reload your scene back, they'll all come back. They don't hide forever. So you have to render your scene. You have to render your scene, and you can get pretty precise with this. So let's see what happens when we do this. Okay, now hide. And also, there's no undo. See, I just got a huge chunk of that. I'm just being a little bit too careful with this. But you have to always look on the other side and see what you did. Geometry, visibility. I wish there was a way to like grab only one side, you know, and have it not mirror onto the other side. So hide selected polygons. What did I just do? That's the thing, is there's no undo. So, okay, let's go back. Edit. So there's no undo. The only way to undo it is bring them all back. So show all polygons and you're back. So, but it does work. This does work. I've used it many times, this procedure. And if you do it the right way, you know, just get it the right and just come right through really and just kind of attack it. You can just, oops, that was alternate, wrong key. That would have worked, gotten rid of every bit. So, you have to turn them at the right angle so that when you select it, you're not selecting the other side, okay? You just have to like turn it up a little bit. And now let's see what happens when we visibility, hide selected polygons. That did quite a few. And so if I just come through here, maybe hold the control again. And just be a little bit less careful. Okay, hide selected polygons. And what you can do is lift the hat up a little bit and then chop it and then drop the hat down a bit. Just, or get it up to enough and then raise the hat a bit. Hide selected polygons. And now we come into this side. And then tilt it like that. Again, so you don't cut the others too low on the other side. Hold the shift key, the control key. Chop some of this off here. Geometry, visibility, hide selected polygons. And then you could just take this. Okay, now we might be able to come across here like this. No, they're very difficult to, oh, that's alternate. Because I got him tilted up just enough so that it kind of goes out and rather than over straight across. And you go tilt this up a little bit like that, hold control. This will add some more to our selection. And then you go in here. You go like this and you bring that right in as close as you can to this. And I've still got it tilted up and a little bit up in here. Holding the control key. And right click. Visibility, hide selected polygons. Now you could just take this hat and I still think I can do better. A little better than this. I'm afraid I'm going to take too much. that worked. That's almost enough. Okay, so where we to take the hat parameters and just raise it Y. Can we Y translate? Oh, that's the hair. We don't want to translate the hair. We want to translate the hat. Now, Mesh Grabber might also work with this hair now at this point to push some of these pieces down, but let's just take the hat and bring it up a tiny bit. Y. Now, I don't think that'll work, Z. I think the way you move the hat is with we go here. I forget how to move the hat. You'd have to unparent it, but still, there's a way to move it. Maybe through the hip. Yeah, through the hip. And now we have this side showing. So Y translate. And rotate. We can rotate it with X. Z rotate it this way. Y translate. Okay. That might work. That's pretty close, and you're not going to see now from just a very small distance away. Let's go to iRay. I can still see, I can see. You just have to play with it until you get it right. Now, about the Mesh Grabber, let's try Mesh Grabber on these are objects, so you can use Mesh Grabber on it. Okay, go to Tool Settings. But if you select Mesh Grabber and you go to select it, now you want to make sure you have the hair selected. And you go to move the hair and it won't select. Well, then you have deforce hair, and it won't. Deforce hair won't allow you to select. I don't know that that's actually working. Let me see. And the thing is we've got so much. Okay, I'm rotating it. Okay, they are actually going down. Yeah. So these little pieces, you can pull them down. They're like little. And find the largest pieces. So yeah, Mesh Grabber, like I said, I use it just all the time for so much. I couldn't do this without Mesh Grabber. And that is how you do it. It's a two-part process. You want to hide the... Oops, I got rotate. We don't want to rotate. You hide the heavy stuff. and then you just pull the mesh grabber, the stuff that's left. I usually work on this until, and it looks like the smoothing and all of that stuff is working. Now you can go, and the hidden part that's here, what you want to do is save your project before you try to delete it, delete the hair, because if you come back in to, if you come back in here, load your project back, all the hair will be back. Okay, so it looks like the smoothing and all is pushing this hair back through. I mean, it's making it kind of disappear, but that's enough right there to kind of make it work. And I see a couple of little hairs there. But yeah, it looks like that hat is fitting perfectly there. So CDJ, you have a good night. Yes, this live stream, it was very nice having you here, and you helped me so tremendously getting my Genesis 9 character. Yeah, so this does work like this. Good night, dear friend. I am done with this. I'm sorry I didn't do a lot more with editing with animation, but we will work on that. This is going to be part 2 of this video, and it's going to be more. I won't have to go back over all of that stuff about turbo loader and all of that. And my Genesis 9 character isn't going to have those problems. Converting characters, all of these other things. Thank you for the likes. Thank you. So we have CDJ, we have N Cherry, Angus. Who else was here today? We have Angus, and I know we had Tools. Software Tools was here, and Cherry, and Art. He's sleeping now. And CDJ, you have been an awesome. Your input into this has been just amazing. It's so nice. We had Eve here. And we've had Ted was here. I don't know who else is still. RBL. I love Daz. It's been greater quality, even better than CC4. But how in the world do you animate in Daz? I tried that long time ago and then stayed in Maya. I hope RBL stayed. And Sakar, all underwears is modern, no medieval. Yeah, there are a few... Sakar, there are some loincloths. You have to look up loincloths. You see, if I worked on this hair more, I could push down every last speck of that hair. And so that is what I have done. And so as in the past is you use the geometry editor to hide it. And actually what I do is delete it. What I'm going to do is save this project. Okay, I just saved it. And now if I come back in here, and I right-click. No, I click on the hair, and I right-click here. We got to go to Geometry Editor. And I'm going to show you what happens. Sometimes you can delete the hair. Sometimes you can't, okay? So you're going to go to Geometry Editing, and you're going to go Delete Selected. No, Cancel. All right. Oh, I think I did it wrong. Okay, because I don't have any, okay. It didn't do anything because I don't have anything selected, but when I go to Geometry Edit, it says delete hidden polygons, okay? And say yes, it can't be undone, it says. And watch what happens. Now, this time it worked, okay? I was able to delete them, but sometimes the hair blows up. So this is a good hair model. Because it's made for Genesis 9, of course. So you can come in here and you can grab every last little piece with mesh grabber and push it down in further until they're all hidden. So I don't think I need to delete any more of these polygons. I think, but you can just select them like this and say geometry editing, delete it. And you can select this one. Maybe. There's another one right there. I had it for a moment, geometry editing. This is like you can do the same thing with pieces of grass with the geometry editor. And those I don't think are showing up. We got one over here, big long piece. Geometry editing, delete selected polygon. And you could be deleting here and then all of a sudden, kaboom, you end up geometry editing, delete selected, you blow up the hair. Okay, so just always save, okay? Now, from this perspective, I'd say maybe there's a couple pieces in here that are showing up as well. And you always have to look underneath. And if you hold the control key, you can delete some of these pieces. A bunch of them at once. Now I hope I'm not selecting things down under. But you always have to keep looking back down under to make sure that you don't mess up and delete too much, because some things you might not want to delete, you might want to push them down instead. And if you go too far, you have to geometry editing, delete selected polygons. See, I learned all this stuff working alone at this lake, and it's so much nicer being able to, you know, go back over this stuff, but I spent hours trying to figure this stuff out and working alone doing it. Just solitary working, delete selected polygon. And I would say that is pretty close to perfect. Now his skin looks too perfect. And this is where not using... Okay, let's try something. I have, okay, this is for, we're going to select his skin, his male, the male suit again. And let's try this product called Flushed. Flushed. Okay, default. And we got to go here. Flushed. Default. Come on. Find it. His skin color is just too... and Genesis 8 has a product, Genesis 9 has a product that allows you to... Okay, this is for Genesis 8. I think this will work for Genesis... okay, and what we do is we just go with this one. And we try to put it on. See if it works. This is like their lie. So it should just be a layer that lays over top. And look at that. See what we got here? Now see, that's a little too strong though. So but it gives him some color in his face. So then what you just do is you go to this bodysuit, surfaces, head or face. And you select the base. Now it's showing up there, and it's showing up on both of them. So you would go here to this first, layered image editor. And you select this new layer. That's our flushed layer. And then you just bring the opacity down a little bit. And you can see it lower in the map. Come back. All right, see now that's just about, okay, so we can accept. It's just going to give enough color, but he's also got it on the translucency layer. So we have to come in here as well, layered image editor. On the face. What's nice is that Genesis 9 has this product, but it's got for the neck, it's got for the brow, it's got the chin, it's got nose, just the nose alone and all that. Here we go into here. We bring this down now to about here. I don't know why in Photoshop you can, okay, accept. You can lower the translucency, you know, like just easily. But here, there we go. See how that just gave his face some color? See, so it doesn't look so plastic looking. Yeah. So that's a very nice product right there. That's for your Genesis 8 figures. So that's called Flushed. So I guess that's going to do it for me tonight. We're going to save this again. We kind of came a good long way with this guy. So for, you know, getting his hair and this was a very convoluted thing, taking a Genesis 9 converted figure, putting Genesis 8.1 skin on him, okay, and then Genesis 8.1 tattoos, Genesis 9 hair, Genesis body hair, Genesis 9 hair, and chopping the hair and putting a Genesis 9 hat on him. So yeah, and this is we got a couple of pieces in the back here, but this is pretty close to perfect. This whole, now I wonder, because this looks a little bit kind of light, this layer here, and it looks also like it looks like it's discolored his skin a little bit. So it's just something doesn't look right there, and I would say it has to do with that maybe this particular tattoo isn't a layered tattoo. It may actually be a material tattoo, but it worked. It's kind of worked. It's not that bad, and it didn't leave like a big chunk here, but and that might have something to do with the transparency, and it might also have to do with, so I'm not sure about that. It'd be interesting to look at that, but we're going to look at that later at some other date. So, yeah, I think we've got a good figure here. Now, I wonder if these eyebrows, now see these eyebrows are painted. So it might have been nicer. I believe these eyebrows are painted. Eyelashes, eye suit. Yeah, these I believe are, because you can look at that and it looks very painted. Let's see. But I sometimes the painted eyebrows have more detail. They just, yeah, they're painted, but they can look more realistic than, you know, the fiber mesh, which is just somebody trying to place 1,000. Now we got a little problem in here. We got like not enough hair, but it's okay. It's just the way it's done there. And it's also not something you couldn't possibly fix in post work with Photoshop. So, but I think it works still. Especially if you get the right angle. Even from the side, you can't tell here. And you can't really tell here. So it's all just really nice. Sometimes I wonder if this hair really was made for the male. Because I think it was on a female. But it really looks like male hair. And that's very odd. to have the opposite of it, to have a female model modeling Genesis 9 female, because they'll take male hair and they'll put it on a female because it'll sell. Maybe it will sell better if it's on a female. But this really looks like it was modeled after male hair, kind of. So, yeah. All right. So, thank you for watching Software Tools. You may be my last holdout fan. You have a great night. I am so hungry right now that I've got a slight headache. So, that's what fasting is all about. I could either take a Tylenol and go to bed and lose some weight, or go in and eat, which I'm probably going to go in and eat. So, all right. Eat something. I made a bowl of soup, so a pot of soup, so vegetable soup with chicken. So I guess it's not really vegetable soup. I guess most soup has vegetables. So, all right. All right. So I hope this was a lot. I hope you learned a lot. I wanted to pack as much stuff into it. I didn't get to the animation as much. I did show some animation stuff, but we're going to go more into animation. I have some Mixamo stuff. I really had to stop and think. It's like, oh gosh, I don't have a lot of animation stuff. What's kind of weird is that I believe when you take the animation from Heat and you apply it to the figure, it looks at your figure and it converts it to your figure depending on which figure you have selected in your scene. It knows if it's Genesis 8. I'm not sure. We're going to look into all of that. We're going to look at Mixamo animations, and we're going to go into editing, going into the fine-tooth editing process of how I kind of edit things when you have like 50 different nodes, and you don't want to delete, you don't want to have to edit them one by one by one by one. We're going to go into that too. Okay, so so come back. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and I will be back again soon with more EZ3DTV. Again, thank you, Software Tools, for hanging in here as long as you did. Please leave likes on my video. I need likes very bad for this video to head up the algorithm. And so again, I want to thank you all for being here. Software Tools, good night. Good night. Yes, I know. I thank you very much for liking my videos. I got 7 likes. That's nice. So, all right, take care. Have a good night. And I will see you again in the next. Now we got an itchy nose. EZ3DTV tutorial. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.